We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh.
I never need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Hey, what's happening?
How you doing there?
Can you hear me okay, or is it like fuzzy?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if it would be all fuzzy or what. So, breaking news, Brian's been transported. He's been extradited. He's up in the air.
Oh, you roboted a little bit just then. You were doing good, and then you roboted a little bit. But yeah, apparently, yes, he has been extradited. I think you just need to come back. Yep, agreed. That's what he wanted. He wanted his Speedy to be extradited. But yeah, he's been extradited, it looks like, from documents. But I'm just waiting for Queen to come back. It looks like she's had some issues. We'll see if she's come back. Good morning to everyone, by the way. Down right now, there's a tornado warning. Yeah, I've heard there was a tornado warning. Yeah, it's not looking good. Let me see. All right, she popped off. She'll be back probably. She's probably having technical issues. You know how StreamYards are. So I guess we'll just wait for her until we continue. They were probably there last night getting ready for today. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Law Nerd. Good morning.
It always tinkers with me in the, you know how it does.
Yeah. No,
hear me okay? Sometimes it's a damn mess. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you now. You robot the last second, then you dropped off. So hopefully everything stays good.
I was like, you said as soon as you said you roboted, I was like, all right, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yeah, it happens. But yeah, he's been extradited. Yeah, it looks like from some paperwork I've seen.
Oh yeah, we got the okay. Hold on here. We'll do this. We'll do the screen share because you know they've been sharing stuff with me here. So here's their little flight thing they shared. I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
Of course, it's some flight rate. I'm like, oh my God, how can you even tell? See what it is? Like they're like tracking him down. I think that's why there's been a gag order placed.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, because I would say like the guy needs a fair trial. So I mean, like the jury's already contaminated as it is. So
is this the one that they're following here? I don't even know which one it is that they're trying to follow. I have no idea. Hold on, let me look at the girl real quick. What's up here, babe?
Hey. Yeah, I don't know if this is real. This right? I don't. Is it real? It's hard.
I didn't know if it was real or not either. I was like, okay, so of course they were.
Hi,
this
voices.
is the Idaho group. This is in the Idaho Facebook group.
I feel like we're gonna be like the CIA is gonna come after us because we're looking at all these flights. I think we're in trouble now.
I was just thinking, oh my God, we're gonna end up on a watch list for monitoring flights.
Well, that is what it is. We ain't the only ones. At least it's not a courtroom link that I don't know what's going on that can hear me.
Yeah, right. But like Fox News reported that he's in the air. So
so they're flying him. So that's pretty interesting that they paid the extra money.
Right?
Yeah.
Probably had to be some kind of maybe like
prisoner transport. I'm gonna play this. This is they got confirmation right here. So hold on.
in contact with Monroe County Correctional over in Pennsylvania. That's where Bryan Kohberger had been staying since his arrest on Friday. They were able to confirm with us that Kohberger is no longer in Monroe County Correctional Facility's custody. They say now Pennsylvania State Police have custody of the suspect. We did call Pennsylvania State Police. They say they can't give us any more information about the suspect's whereabouts at this time because of security issues. What we know right now, though, is this is just less than 24 hours after that extradition process started. Courts confirming he would be extradited back here to Idaho. Now we're here at Latah County Jail in Moscow, where officers will be bringing Kohberger as soon as he gets back here to Idaho. We know he could be here as soon as this morning or as late as next Friday. Yesterday, the murder suspect was in Pennsylvania court. The courtroom did not allow cameras inside, but we know he was in the room for about 20 minutes. He waived his right to an extradition hearing, meaning he just accepted the extradition back here to Idaho. Here's some video of deputies escorting him out of the courthouse after his appearance. Now they have 10 days to get the suspect the 2,500 miles from Pennsylvania to here in Idaho. And we are keeping an eye on the Latah County Jail roster online. As of right now, the suspect's name is not in that system. In Moscow, Nicole Hernandez, KREM 2 News.
Man, that was quick that they got him back there.
Yeah, they got his ass back there quick. But what they're saying now, I was listening to an attorney talk last night, and what they're saying is that he waived his extradition. He did that because he wants to see what they have against him.
Yeah.
He wants to see the arrest affidavit. And they said it's basically a game of cat and mouse. You know, he wants to know what they have against him before he says or does anything, you know, like his next move. I was like, well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, because he's in limbo right now while he's in Pennsylvania. So,
and honestly, as a criminal, that's kind of smart, right? Because he's going to push him, and in hopes that
alleged criminal.
Oh, okay, an alleged criminal,
suspect,
accused criminal, accused suspect. I mean, I guess if I was doing wrong, and I knew that there might be a possibility I could get off by pushing it and waiving everything, I'd push it hard too.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to get off unless he's most certainly not guilty. You know what I mean? I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening, but I could be wrong.
Well,
you know,
when I could be wrong. I mean, maybe pushing the.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, he's doing the cat and mouse thing. He's wanting to know what all they have against him. I mean, he's not going to know until he reads that. Also, the gag order. Why do you guys think they put that in place?
Just
my guess,
general,
I think my guess
high
is
profile.
Yeah, and also like the fact that you have a lot of people looking into this case, and probably to give him a fair trial because to
keep tainting of the jury pool from happening. It's only a town of 25,000.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, like everyone, just naturally assumes he's guilty at this point. So it would get worse and worse if more information comes out. And this is not even before the jury was picked out. So it could be like, and probably just to avoid appeals or something like that, my guess, if he goes there.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, that's all I can guess as a layman. That would probably be my guess, my best educated guess.
And it's just so that like nobody talks, they stop talking. What?
The gag order's on everyone, basically. everyone
lawyers, media, like they can't talk to the media, right?
Basically, there's going to be no more press conferences. The chief of police will not be talking. The attorneys won't be making any kind of statements. Brian's family, and as far as they have, they've told most of the students not to make any statements to anybody, media, YouTubers, anybody,
Well, and I agree with Pecan Pie. I think that shows that they're ready to go to trial because they're locking the information down now.
Yeah.
I don't know about ready to go to trial, but I know that they're locking the shit down.
Well, he's in
custody. Going to trial takes a lot of preparation. That takes a lot to get prepared to be fully prepared for a trial, Well, I know that the family's got gag orders too, and I think a lot of it is for Kaylee's dad because he's the one that comes out and he's the one that's got he's the talker. So,
and you don't want him leaking stuff now more than ever, right? But they said that there's going to be like a preliminary hearing, like after he appears in court for the first time, like 14 days after, like, and so with all the, like, for the prosecutors to present their evidence. So that's really interesting that the clock starts when he gets that. And people are saying that they're going to release, that they think that they're going to release the, the probable cause affidavit, just because it's so high profile, and it's going to cause like more speculation, and probably there's a certain amount of information that they're going to want, I think, the public to know. So there isn't a void.
Do you think they're going to do it without a court order? Because they just did like a gag order on everything, and I would think that the probable cause
They
thing
could
would probably...
they could seal it, but people are saying that that is something that maybe they'll release it like redacted with any like information that's going to be pertinent to their case, just so that like the public will know the basics of this, and not like, and it won't become this crazy, a bigger circus, because that will create a void, I think, and it might do more harm than good, because because it's so high profile. I mean, I understand the reason to seal it too, of course, but they can, but people are saying they won't for that reason, because of the high profile nature and all the eyes on it, and what would happen if they maybe didn't. It might just be good to do a heavily redacted one. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably, like if they're going to do a gag order, I think probably, my guess, the gag orders probably goes to the probable cause affidavit, because, that's going to be basically the basis of their arrest. It might contaminate the jury pool. So probably a news agency might my guess, a news agency will try to do like some sort of court order to get it or something like that if they don't release it, because you know how they are. So
yeah,
I doubt the new. So that's what my guess. But I think it probably like a little too late. The jury pool is probably already contaminated. Like the information's already came out that some sort of DNA was found, and that by itself has made people have like 90%.
Pecan pie, if you want to send it to me, anything you guys want me to pull up, just email it to me or send it to me through Discord, Messenger, whatever, and I'll pull it up. She said, pull up Mystery Mavens. Pull up Mystery Mavens. She explains the gag order, which, there's another one on Instagram. He's an attorney, and I watch him. I listened to him this morning, and he was talking about the gag order as well. So
what did he say? Did he say that?
He wants to know what they have against him. That's, what I mean? That's why he did that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
There's going to be a certain amount of information I feel like they're going to have to release, because it's create a void, and it might do more worse than good, even in the jury pool. Do you know? Even
no, I don't agree. I don't agree.
I feel like the basics of his arrest, like the basic like things that they used to. I don't know. You're right. I could see it both ways. It could, because it's evidence out there, right?
Yeah, I just did a share screen. This is Mystery Mavens. It shows the affidavit. The Idaho judge of Brian Kohlberger case has issued a gag order. The order, which has been agreed by both parties, refers to communication to public media by investigators, law enforcement personnel, attorneys, agents of the prosecuting attorney or defense attorney concerning the case. Public statements are prohibited. So I don't think that, actually, you might be right. I don't think the probable cause affidavit would be under that. I would think that would probably be released on that. I think this just goes to state, what's this? The order, which has agreed that both parties refer to communications to the public media by investigators, law enforcement personnel, attorneys, agents of prosecuting attorneys, defense attorneys concerning the case. And it says here, and it says hereby ordered that, is this good, or you want me to? I'll read it. It says, I'll stop sharing because I don't think you're sharing. The court is stipulating that the parties enter.
I just to share your screen and knocked voices off.
Oh no, my bad. I'll share the screen again.
I just tried to move yours. I tried to put it up, and you took it down as I was putting it up, and it knocked her off. So
I'm so sorry.
Oh my goodness, I'm over here getting abused while I'm making my bed.
I'm sorry. Here, I'm sharing the screen. It's a little small, but I can read it. It says the state of Idaho versus Brian Kohlberger. The court, and it says Mystery Maven on the document, obviously. The court, by stipulation of the parties, enters its order follows. It hereby orders that the parties to the above titled action include investigators, law enforcement personnel, attorneys, agents of prosecuting attorney, or defense attorney are prohibited from making extrajudicial statements, written or oral. Okay, so that might be the probable cause thing concerning this case, other than a quotation from reference to, without comment, the public records of the case. This order specifically prohibits any statement which reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of public communication that relates to the public. 1. Evidence regarding the occurrence of transactions involved in this case, the character, credibility, or criminal record of the party, so probably any documents in the background of the person. And then it says, any order as 4. Where's 3? I don't see 3. It just jumps to 4. Maybe if I show less.
I had these pinned up too, so I'm glad you shared them because I had them pinned up and ready to go. But
yeah, let me stop. I just jumped on. I messed up. Let me see. 1 second.
So that would be like the courts, like but the court could do whatever they want. This is the court's like gag on everybody else, but the court could release what documents they want to release, right?
Yeah. I don't know. It just seems a little odd.
Thank you, Montana Jade. I just seen your super chat. Thank you, love.
So, do we figure out? Do you think is probable cause going to be included? Not included?
I think it's going to be included.
Here, this is pretty good. Ellie, to me, I'm going to play it real fast.
Stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students, Moscow, Idaho police say they will no longer be communicating with the public or the media about the suspect, Bryan Kohberger. And now a judge is prohibiting any communication by investigators, law enforcement, attorneys, or agents of the prosecuting attorney or defense attorney. Joining me now to talk next steps is Brian Claypool, trial attorney and legal analyst. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Hi, Natasha. Thanks for having me.
And Kohberger's extradition hearing was yesterday. We know he will be sent to Idaho. What can we expect to happen when he gets there?
Well, Natasha, an arrest in a murder prosecution case is just the first phase. What I think a lot of people are missing is under Idaho law, unless you're indicted by a grand jury, which didn't take place here, you're entitled to what's called a preliminary hearing within 14 days of your first appearance in court in Idaho. Why is that important? Because once Kohberger appears in court, either this week or next week, the clock's ticking, Natasha, and within 14 days, there has to be a hearing in which prosecutors have to put on, quote, substantial evidence of each element of the first-degree murder charges at this hearing. And this is not a slam dunk. And that's why when I heard about this genealogy testing, I was a little bit bewildered, because genealogy testing to form the basis for an arrest warrant is not going to cut muster in a preliminary hearing. They should have taken a DNA swab, a saliva swab of Kohberger right away. If he didn't consensually give that, they should have gone in and gotten an emergency court order to get his actual DNA swab and then take his actual DNA and match that with any evidence they have either at the crime scene or in the Elantra, for example, hair samples, blood stains in the car. And I'm hoping they do that because they've only got a short window to do it.
Yeah, you're mentioning time is of the essence. And meanwhile, we were also expecting that he would be extradited and he would be moved to Idaho fairly quickly. We're hearing that there may be several days before that happens. Why would they wait before moving him to Idaho?
Yeah, good question. My personal feeling is I think they need more time. And quite frankly, think about.
But they moved his ass right away. So, yeah, they moved his ass right the fuck away.
Yeah, which that tells me, like, that's very interesting. Because that's the thing, like, everyone just thinks it's a slam dunk because they got DNA, but it could be that they're trying to, it might not be as a slam dunk as we think it is. You know? We automatically just assume.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
You never know, Until you know.
Yeah, I mean, like, the genealogy report could be, not as solid as we believe. And also they checked the car. We don't know what they've got in the car. Obviously we don't know if there's any DNA. Our car was pretty dirty, so I don't think he's a little dirty on the outside.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if
Really
it's as clean as it's inside. A lot of people have been pointing out like scratch marks, like the neck. The neck one looks interesting. The arm one, I just saw, like, I think Gray was talking about how it was swollen in the car. Police car pullover.
Joneson headed up last night.
Yeah, too.
I mean, I saw that
when he got pulled over. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
yeah. We'll put that on too.
I think that little slight, like that thing that looks like a scratch, is not a scratch. It's just like extra skin that's kind of folded over, like kind of like, and causing like
on
a
his
shadow.
arm. I know what you mean. Yeah.
I just think it might be. There's a possibility of swollen, but we just don't know. The damage.
We'll never know. Yeah.
I mean, I heard reports that from Joneson, she said that he wore a turtleneck apparently in class.
A lot of his students said that, right? Or
yeah.
So he could have scratch. I mean, that would be a place to scratch, I think, right, on the neck.
Or, I mean, I'm going to be the devil's advocate. Or the turtleneck made it really itchy. And he started scratching his neck, and he just has scratch marks from scratching himself.
Yeah.
And it's like sub-zero there. It's like freezing there, and it's like this. How it irritates.
I don't like turtlenecks. I understand that. Yeah, you just never know. You can't like analyze some of these things, because the important stuff is going to come out eventually, right? I think.
I mean, Zarp, I'm not sure. It says just because they found his DNA in the house doesn't mean he did it. It was a party house, by the way. If his DNA was under the fingernails, then he's certainly done. I mean, there's some merit to what you're saying, but like, he was a 28-year-old teacher's assistant. And from another university. I don't know if he's going to go to some random house and start partying there. I'm not sure. And there's been no photos or anything that shows that they had any sort of like social relationship to the house to him. So that'd be, a little suspicious. I'm sure the defense attorney will probably be like, try to bring that up. But I think most people would be like, okay, that doesn't quite make sense. Bundy, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think are you thinking the same thoughts on that, or what?
I mean, it's hard to tell, but like, I don't know if it depends on where that DNA was found. Like, if it was found under the nails, if it was found mixed, his blood was mixed with their blood in the bedrooms, in the crime scenes, then that's a different story, But if it was a party house, that could definitely be his. Like, public defenders went there yesterday and spent like some time there, so they are going to do their own like forensic analysis, maybe of it.
See, Sean saying was always had older people come to our parties. They brought our alcohol.
Yes, exactly. I don't know, they did. That was exactly what it was. We always had somebody who was over the age that would bring our alcohol to us.
But do you think a guy like that is going to be like down to party? I mean, this guy seems like kind of like a stickler. He's kind of like,
Dude, I honestly believe that if he was in the house, I believe it was after his stalking of them, like maybe after a party, and everybody had gone to bed, the house got dark, he went in. That's what I think.
Yeah, my point exactly, Sean Princess. Yeah, I mean, there's always a possibility, and I'm sure defense will probably raise that issue if they just find a hair or something like that. And also, obviously, where the DNA is the most incriminating part. I mean, it was
a hair. Give me a break. Like, that would be easy to, if it was just a hair fiber, just like a hair somewhere in the house. But if it's, I feel like it has to be something more substantial mixed in with other DNA, or in places that there's no way he was at a party and it could end up in this, in like a sink or something. There's like rumor that he washed his hands and like they have skin cells mixed with blood. I don't know, that's a rumor, but it's hard to tell with this, there's a lot of factors.
Well, and I think all frat parties, they're saying, they had weirdos pull up and buy them alcohol. I think all frat parties had older weirdos buying them alcohol.
Yeah, but do you picture a guy like this going to a frat house and buying alcohol to hang out? I mean, like,
I I don't see him hanging out at a frat party. I really don't. Maybe a
Yeah.
house party, but I don't see him being a townie kid. Like what we would call the townies that would show up. I just don't see that. I don't see him doing that.
Yeah, I mean, like, and plus he would be people will remember him. You know what I mean? Like, he is someone that you
He
probably
would
say
stand out a little bit. One would
he's a
think.
he's a very tall guy. He's very kind of, people would probably remember a guy like that coming to a house, kind of creeping around, and they would probably make statements about that. Maybe that's the thing we don't know about.
Maybe that's the stalker aspect. There might be that whole other aspect to it, that they have like a lot of digital evidence that he actually was either stalking the house or one of the girls.
Maybe we're wrong with the whole teacher party thing. Maybe that's how he got there. Maybe that's how he was in there, and I don't know. Who knows?
Because he was a TA. You mean?
Yeah,
maybe he's a teacher's assistant, but maybe he did listen to like gangster rap and party and shit. Maybe he did. I don't know.
Yeah, could
we
be.
don't know him.
Mile runs. He did do 8-mile runs every night. So
yeah,
that's another good point. 8-mile runs.
Well, that shows like kind of a discipline. You know what I mean? That shows a lot of discipline, a routine. Doesn't sound like someone who just like randomly will go to a party and start partying until 3 a.m.
Yeah, I don't think he was any kind of partier like that or anything like that. I'm gonna go ahead and play this traffic stop.
I stopped you when you were driving by me there. You're looking close to back that semi. In the back of this trailer. I'm about one car in 10 miles an hour, so I'm going 60 or 70 miles an hour. About 6 or 7 cars. Oh, you guys did? Yeah. So. You guys stopped by a trooper? We don't have any SUVs. It was a county guy. Was it like a black SUV? Okay. All right. You said you guys were following too closely? Okay. Today? Well, I'm not going to give you guys another ticket or warning if you just got stopped. Just make sure you give yourself plenty of room, okay? So like I said, it's all about how fast you're going, okay? So if you're going 10 miles an hour, you only need one car. Or if you're going, so speed limit here is 7. If you're going 70 miles an hour, you need 7 cars. Yeah. That's the easy way to explain that. Yeah. Okay. It's really in the B&B man, it says 227. All right. Guys, have a safe trip. Where y'all headed? Thank you so much. Where y'all headed to? Where at? Yeah, it's a long haul. You guys scared of airplanes? Did you? Okay. All right, well, hey, peace out, safe trip. Thank you, sir.
Okay, is this the second time he gets pulled over here?
I believe it was because he said,
yeah,
it was.
You were
well, and he says a state trooper or whatever with the SUV. He goes, well, our state troopers don't have SUVs. I believe it was because it was a county cop or a state cop. I don't believe it was a.
Yeah, I think they were keeping tabs on him. I think a lot of people, like, they were keeping tabs on him, and they were just.
Somebody was saying that he was taking a different, longer route than he usually does because there was a lot more like tolls and maybe cops on this other route, and he goes, that might be why these.
There was the touch.
Yeah, but that's routine, I heard.
It is. That's
It
standard.
is, but is this the same? Hold on, I want to know: is this the same traffic stop, but two different camera views? Because this one seems to be from his car.
Yeah,
The other one
is from
is
his
from
car.
his
One
body.
is from the body cam.
Yeah, I think it's two different ones. It's the same one, but two different angles.
But he did get pulled over 2 times.
Which is very,
weird.
Yeah, and it's like a little weird that he would go in. I mean, I don't know if this is generally police procedure, but he's by himself and he's like literally sticking his head into the car, which is a little odd.
And if he knows that if he is tracking the suspects, like that's, I don't know. Yeah, he's being very friendly with them, and he like Gray was saying, it was like really quick. It was like the quickest stop ever, and like, oh, you just got a warning. Oh, great! Like usually you get a warning and then you get a ticket. He's like, oh, the other cop just gave you a warning or a ticket. Okay, great. See ya. Have a great day. Oh, you guys.
He didn't even take his license or insurance or any of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's weird, especially when he says, yeah, I was warned before. It's like, okay, so you were warned before and you did it still. Okay, then here's your ticket.
Yeah, you should be warned.
And where's his
weird?
Does he have like a note?
Well, he said he was following too close to another car.
Yeah, which is kind of a weird way to stop someone. Like that's I've never, without a ticket or a wait.
Oh.
Did he ask for a license or registration?
I don't think so.
Well, we heard that whole stop before, and we didn't ask for it. We didn't see the cop receive anything.
So he stopped some, doesn't check their license or registration or anything, just even when he's giving them a warning.
That's weird. I think that's the first thing any cop, even if they let you off, that's the first thing they friggin' say when they come up to you.
Yes, they still ask for license and registration, and even when it's a warning, they still run you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have sometimes cops have little books. They write down who they stopped, what time they stopped, if there was a warning, or sometimes they don't do warnings, but if there's a ticket, they write it down in their memo book. So it's like, okay, so this guy just stops, extremely friendly, pulls him over for being too close to a car and doesn't check his license and registration. That's a little odd.
Yeah.
So hold on, they want to know why the police officer touches the back of the car. So they touch the back of the car when they walk up there so that their fingerprint is on that car. So if they shoot that cop or they drive off or they hit him and drive off, his fingerprints will be on the back of that vehicle when they fucking find it or stop it or whatever. They look and his fingerprint will be on the back of that vehicle. It's basically a way to ensure that officer pulled over that vehicle. His fingerprint is on that car.
That's cool.
Absolutely. Amen.
Yeah.
Ties the cop to that vehicle. And I mean, his fingerprint is on the back of it. So just in case something happens or something like that goes down, there's a fingerprint. His fingerprints are on the back of the vehicle.
Think of it.
Yeah, makes sense. Do
you guys watch the rest of this then? Because it's nothing really. I mean, we can watch.
It's nothing.
It's just
here.
like footage from the cop.
How clean was the inside of the car?
Seemed to be like it was actually pretty decent. We could see. Let's go back. We can see the inside of the vehicle here.
Yeah, because the outside looks like it's really fucking dirty, but I'm just wondering why is the inside really clean?
Well, the outside is really dirty because you have to think about there was that storm going across the country during that time.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering.
All the snow makes your friggin' car yucky.
I mean, Yeah, they would have been going through the Montana and part of the Dakotas, or down
On a
in
road trip.
Iowa that got, at the time that this happened, at the time of this, that during the storm that went across, that just totally froze all of us out.
Yeah, I guess. I'm just wondering, it's like a big. I'm just wondering how he maintains his
Hey,
car.
Tim,
But
that's how all of our cars look out here right now where we have
yeah, I
snow.
guess I'm a city folk. Usually our cars are
You
a
don't
lot
drive, so
cleaner.
you don't drive,
Well,
it's no big deal.
Well, I have neighbors that clean their cars on a consistent basis. They like literally worship their cars. They clean them every day.
Oh my gosh.
All
The
right.
dad looks so like
We
smiley,
probably
like,
like
and
a
then
debate or something with everybody's got good morning, Cap.
Hi, Cap.
You probably good morning, Joneson. You guys say they probably got nice ass cars or something though, right?
Yeah, they got nice cars. That's true. That's true.
better than this Elantra, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's. So yeah, I don't know the inside of this car. I mean, it looks like it's pretty decent. Like it doesn't look like
Yeah.
it's not. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look like it's full of
Yeah.
shit or, like there's stuff everywhere and,
Yeah, it looks like it's very
Sure, he cleaned it
maintained.
himself and the
Yeah.
inside, no matter what, to whatever like level he could. Or people were saying he could have even gotten like certain like chemicals to if it this is a
Was there a rumor running around that he got his car like detailed and like cleaned?
I was gonna say I did hear something about getting it detailed, but you know how people lie. There's so many
I
fucking
know.
right now.
That's why I said rumor. Yeah, I said rumor. There was
Yeah.
that rumor running around, and I mean that looks pretty clean. That looks like he's very maintains that car
Yeah.
very well.
Mm-hmm.
My car is so much dirtier. I guess.
White is so dirty. White and black, I feel like, show a lot of
I gotta
dirt.
say, mine looks. I could take you right outside to mine, and it's so disgusting right now.
Someone says, was there license plates in the back of the car? Let me see. I'll just rewind instead of you.
Oh, I put
Yeah, there was. There was it looks like there's a license plate. Yeah.
I think it was switched to it should be switched to Washington. Yeah. Is that Washington?
There's the license plate right there on the screen,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah, there's a license plate. I just rewinded it just to look. Yeah.
Supposedly there was a lot of sleuthy. I put in the back. There was a lot of like title transfers on this car. Like she ran
I was gonna
for
say
it.
I just pulled her. I pulled her thing up. I have it up here. Do you want to go over it?
I don't really know.
Oh,
I mean,
I
it
see.
doesn't show much, but yeah, if you want to. It's interesting. It like it's I think on 12/5 it says now that maybe it just took time for it to go through where his license was switched in Pennsylvania to Washington. I wonder if he thought they had his license on, even if he thought they had his license on camera. Like it's kind of gutsy to like go to DMV like 5 days after.
Yeah, what am I understanding you're saying is he changed his license plate from Idaho to Pennsylvania?
From Pennsylvania to Washington, 5 days after the murder.
Oh, okay. And he's
and there's a lot of changes that happen.
But doesn't he reside in Idaho?
Do you see what that says on there?
Oh.
Can anybody else explain to me why there'd be 9 title owners on an 8-year-old vehicle with only 115,000 miles? Notice plate change and title transfer to Washington for the Elantra wasn't until 12/5/2022.
I mean,
so December.
It could be just a used car.
Would have been 2 weeks after the murders. The murders happened November 15th, right? Or November 13th, something in this somewhere in there. So it was like 2 weeks after it was transferred over, 2 weeks after the murders.
Now I was thinking maybe if
That's
it
why
was
I
a
said,
rental car.
no, that's why I said they specifically put that Elantra out and they watched him to see what he was going to do.
See, the
I'm
first said that
going
it
to
was
agree
like
with that point now. I'm going to concede and I'm going to agree with that point now. Point to Queen for that one.
I wonder if they had if that brought up any flags, the fact that it was changed, this white Elantra, if they were looking for it. I'm sure maybe I don't know, FBI would look for like maybe changes in like license plates, maybe he was thinking he was doing something smart and they instead like found that. Who knows?
I do agree because that would be keeping normalcy in with now you've been there 6 months. It's time to change the plates.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of lines up with somebody who's moving out for college.
Yeah, but this is very odd. And I see what she's saying because historic titles. Okay, so it's issue date April. So 4/20/2022, right? And then that's Pennsylvania, June 25th, 2020, January 15th, 2020, November 8th or 9th here in 2019, December. So it was like 2022, 2020, 2020, 2019. Maybe that's why she's saying that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's a lot
so
of
what does
action.
that second column say, Queen? Pennsylvania. What does the very bottom say? Because it says Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania.
South Carolina.
South
And one of them
Carolina.
was Maryland. So, okay,
Okay.
September 12, 2014, it had 5 miles on it in South Carolina is where the state it was in. June
Okay.
7th, 2016, Pennsylvania. June 25th, Pennsylvania. December 4th, Maryland. November 9th, Pennsylvania. January 15th, 2020, Pennsylvania. Then June 25th, 2020, Pennsylvania. April 20th, 2022 was Pennsylvania. And then December 5th, 2022, Washington. That's why I said his dad knows. Do you think he told his dad and his dad signed that car over and was like, I don't fucking want nothing to do with this? You take, this is this on you?
I don't know. I mean,
I don't think the dad knew anything.
You have a family member that lived in South Carolina. I'm wondering if this is like, it started off as a sister's car.
South Carolina, it only had 5 miles on it. That's when it first
Maybe
came
it was
out.
a used car. Yeah, that it was bought. It spent 20,000 miles as a new car. Then it got sold in Maryland, stayed there for like 20,000 miles, and then got bought by
Could have been like a rental or a lease, something like that.
South Carolina is the factory, and there was only 5 miles on it, so that's where it came from. You know what I mean? But I'm saying like the date December 5th is what it. Like December 5th is.
That's the eerie part. Yes,
December 5th, 2022. Yeah. That's very odd.
I mean,
I think he put in for the change on like 5 days after. I saw another Carfax report that had him like changing it on the 5 days after on the 17th, but it might have taken like this amount of time to be, processed. You know what I mean?
No, whatever day you go in, it's whatever day it's dated.
People do it online.
The first day, I figured that someone confirmed it in the chat. I was thinking the same. The first one is actually probably from the dealership, and then the other ones were just subsequent, like the first buyer, the second buyer. Maybe they just transferred from.
That's exactly those are title transfers.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, like I don't know if it's the smoking. I don't even know how it's related. Yeah.
Yeah. It just because the change to there was like a change from Pennsylvania to Washington where he lives.
And I don't think the father had anything. I mean, like some people says, how could the father not know? I'm like, listen, I don't think the father had any clue about this this alleged situation. I think he probably is more shocked than any of us, to be honest with you. So I mean, like it just.
I agree. Yeah.
I'm sure he probably still thinks his son's innocent. Probably father. His son's probably telling him bullshit.
Shock.
Yeah. But it is what it is. Washington residents have to register their car there according to Washington law.
Well, yeah, but you don't know how close that him and his mom and dad are. I mean, we can't. You don't know. If I did something, I'd probably tell my parents.
Depends on the person. I mean, like if it was like an accident and you wanted some sort of like someone to confine with, sure. But if you're like trying to live a double life where you're going to become the next Bundy, and you want to become like this, like allegedly he wants to become this like prolific serial killer, then probably you're not going to be telling your relatives that you're going to kill a bunch of people on a daily basis.
Well, it's like when Brian went home. I mean, I know the trip was scheduled before, but maybe he went home to, spend some time with his parents before he knew shit was going to hit the fan. Or, you know what I mean? Maybe he.
I don't think he told them.
I don't think you tell them. I don't even tell my parents I smoke pot, and I'm like an adult.
There's some kids that won't. There's some kids that won't. I mean, I told my parents knew everything. Like they knew everything.
I know.
The only time you really confide to your parents is if you feel some sort of guilt or you want some advice or something like that. I don't think
you smoke weed. I said, yeah. Have you smoked cigarettes? Yeah. He's like, have you done harder drugs? I was like, no, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's apples
I'm
to
scared
oranges.
of my LSD and stuff like that. I'm scared of that shit because I don't want to be out of my.
Oh, no.
I don't want to not know where I'm at or what's going on around me. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Right?
not.
Me too. I'm with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got enough crazy thoughts in my brain. I don't need any
I
chemicals inducing them.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't want. I don't like not knowing where I'm at. I don't do.
Mm-mm.
I've never done shrooms. I won't, and I think it's because I'm like scared of it. So they say if you're if you're scared, you're gonna have a big trip. You probably will. So
Yeah,
now,
exactly. Because it's where your mind goes.
I
You
mean,
could, like, just,
to Lisa's question, she says, "Be the dad for a minute. Your kid is in a murder area. All the kids run home, but not your kid. Then he has the same car, and you must know he likes murder shit. I would be alarmed at the least. I would say, does any of us live in live in the Idaho area? A lot of us watch true crime. Are we going to be suspects to possible murders because we watch true crime and we live in the area of a murder?
Oh, you all know they'll point their finger at Voices. Voices did it.
Yeah, Voices has got to
Yeah,
be doing
Voices.
it. I mean, like, that's
Jesus,
kind of like
Voices.
just because
It's just they don't know details like that.
Yeah.
They're not following it like we all are with the white Elantra. Like, they might have heard of it, but maybe they didn't. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
Look
realistically,
at those cops looking at him.
right?
Oh yeah, they are. They're like, oh my god.
They're like,
Kathy says, "Would you? I would tell my parents too, but my parents aren't squares. My mom and dad." Okay, I missed it. I'll read it.
Yeah, yeah. My parents are like old school a little with that. I don't know. They don't care, but I don't know.
I mean, I just don't think he would be telling his parents. I think this guy would probably keep it to himself. But I have a very different image of the guy. I mean, some people think he's going to go to the party house like Kate does, and think that's how maybe he got the idea of this, how the house was inside. Because it was, and they think, well, he's 28 years old, he could still party. He was, whatever. I just think he's very, I mean, like, to me, like running every day, having a set routine, how he marked his grades, how he was very like uptight, where he marked it based on his idea of perfection. Sounded like he was chaotic early on in his life, and then he became more disciplined. And I just don't see a guy very disciplined, just, wants to live a double life and just tells his parents the one critical issue that could be the downfall to him and throw him in jail. Because eventually his parents are going to turn him in. I mean, if he kills more people, the parents are going to say, listen, this guy he can't go. But I don't think it's the case. Would you tell your parents if you murder someone? That's a hard question. Would I tell my parents if I murdered someone? Probably no.
Probably no. I wonder if they made any weird. I wonder if they're going to interview the father to see if like there's any interesting stops where maybe he like threw out the murder weapon on the way. I don't know if he thought he was being like followed in Indiana. I don't know.
Too bad he didn't have a Tesla, because then they could just track him down everywhere he went. They could just be like, every stop, be like, Tesla, where did he go? And they just pull up the map.
Pull it up. Like, bring me there, Tesla. drive me there.
Yeah, like this is where he stopped for the past 3 years, and these are all the stops. I'm not saying the dad knew, but with all the media around his kids' college, both his parents would know the case, the fear the families had in the area. All families were scared just as weird. Yeah, I guess. I mean, like, I just, maybe it could raise eyebrows, but I just don't know. I think sometimes you're just blindsided. I mean, obviously you'd never think your kid's a fucking monster.
Right.
You'd murder a bunch of kids. No, don't be hating on Tesla and Elon. Yeah, especially not on this stream. I was just joking because they have the GPS. They have like the tracking of where you go with that. So if they had that case would be closed by now. They'd be like, okay, well, we have all your records now.
Yeah, you're done. Goodbye. Here, we don't even have to try you.
We know exactly where the murder weapon is. Yeah, we know where the murder weapon is. We know where you went. We know the times that you went. That's why I was banned.
We have photos. We have video.
It would just be easier if you would just plead guilty, sign your name on the dotted line, and let's move this.
Oh, you think he's not doing that because it's their death sentence there, isn't there?
Well, if you had a Tesla, that's how it should be if you have a Tesla, because they're going to have everything, every place that you've been.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mean, every 28 minutes, you got to go plug in for 13 minutes at a fucking charging station.
Yeah, I get it. Be interesting.
But there's like a certain kind of black box in there that could also tell a bunch. In a 2015, possibly even could have a GPS in there. Like a certain models
let's keep an eye on Detective Juan. He says, I tell, and then kill again. That person might be someone we might need to keep an eye on. Detective Juan. Well, I don't know. Detective Juan is scaring me a little bit. Let me see, or is that some troll? But anyway, my parents twist shit up, so you know my answer. Okay.
Okay, she said, hold on, did you guys see this here? It says, replying to Sleuthy, plate changed 2 days before police went public asking for help locating the white Hyundai right here. So yeah, there was a plate change 2 days prior.
That's an interesting development. That is definitely an interesting
I
one.
feel like I feel like he, I don't know, like that could be a slip up, right? I don't know. If he thought they were onto him.
Yeah, I
maybe.
think that was just another mistake. Like he realized they saw the car. He probably didn't realize it and probably tried to change it up. Maybe he just got planned on just leaving the car at his parents' house and just like going back another way. Maybe fly back. You know, that's why maybe that explains the road trip. You know, he wanted to drop the car there, keep it there, and then take a plane back.
Or just never come back. I don't know.
Or just no. Well, I don't think that's the case. I think he probably thought he was going to get away with it, but maybe that's the whole reason for the road trip. And maybe that's why the officer was just making that little sly comment, like, "Oh, that's pretty." I think he said something about like that's a pretty long road trip or something.
Yeah, like, are you afraid of flying? Like, was playing audio, and I was trying to hear it, like it was like enhanced, but it was still like. And they did talk about some kind of like shooting in Pullman. Did you hear that? It was weird. I don't know. It was weird chit chat for like.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense that he would just try to get rid of the vehicle in Pennsylvania, keep it at his parents' house, and say, "Oh well, I'm getting another car, guys. Here's the car. I'm gonna keep it here, and you know, fly back and all that stuff." And maybe that will be the plan. Maybe that's pure speculation. I'm just thinking to myself.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, or just get it. I mean, it makes sense that he didn't leave it there and drove it back, especially if he did, because on the 9th is when they put out the bolo. So I wonder, you know, but I feel like the plans were already in motion. Maybe he just planned it with his dad, right? Even as part, if he planned this whole thing, he might have thought of this, you know, that I'll drive my car back. I don't know why he took his car though.
He took his car probably because he wanted to get it out of Idaho and bring it to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he took his car to the crime scene. I mean, if he did do this and he drove there, you know,
arrogant, probably never thought there would be recording devices in that area that would record his car. You know what I mean? Like sometimes criminals just don't like. You could be book smart and just not realize. You know, very simple things. Yeah.
Like all the Ring cameras, like I just like know from where I live, like, because people always have like those porch pirates here, you know? And so, I mean, just everybody has them, those Ring cameras. But maybe he thought, oh, it's college. They don't, or maybe even checked it out where the cameras were and tried to avoid them as much as possible. But because that is very kind of that shot that they got of him, like close to the time of them coming home. And then again, after is like really weird footage, you know what I mean? It's not like close up or anything. So maybe he just didn't, you know, cross all of his.
Someone says he arranged with his dad before the school year and began for him to go out there and drive back. Yeah, it could be just speculation.
That somewhere too. And again, there's a lot of speculation and rumor in this, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's just my speculation based upon the data. Like, you know, like it just doesn't make quite sense. Why would you have your dad come out there to drive back when you could just simply jump on a plane or, you know?
Well, but not really, Tim, because if that's going to be your residence, like a couple of times, my sister flew out to New York and we drove back to Wyoming and then I flew back to New York. So that's really not totally uncommon. And if you're somebody that doesn't like to fly or, you know, I mean, parents are getting older, you always want to do a road trip. I mean, so I don't really find it that I don't.
Or just needing to start it so the battery doesn't die in the cold weather, you know, who would have to have somebody that started that car, you know, or else it would be dead when he got back if he left it there for like.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, I don't know. Just trying to make sense about. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sense.
That's your only vehicle, and you're going to be in Pennsylvania for a hot minute. I mean, I really didn't see. I don't see anything out of the ordinary with that. But I also, I mean, I live where you have to drive every fucking day. I mean, you can't just walk to the store. I mean, you can, but it's going to take you a minute.
Independent thinker, it's on the Carfax report. Queen, did I send you that, or do you have that? Independent thinkers asking
that.
Queen.
I have it. The Carfax. I think it's in. Let me.
Yeah, I think we already went over it, and it's on here too, ain't it? Doesn't she have it posted, or no? She didn't post it.
The Carfax is different. It's
you can
do you want me to
email
send
it
it
to
to
me,
you
love.
quick? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't know about the dad and any sort of reward. I haven't heard that. I would like the source of that. If you know the source of that, Coco, that the dad went out there for some sort of reward. I don't know. He just started at the school across the country, and it wasn't summer break. Why would you make that drive for Christmas break? That is a question I'm asking. But there's always reasonable. There's always a reason. I just have my own speculation. I'm sure other people have other speculation or reasonable a reason why you probably would do that.
Trust me, I don't want to give him an ounce of credit for an ounce of. I don't want to give him an ounce of anything, but I mean, I want to be on the. Why didn't you just fly, you freak?
Yeah, and it says, isn't it his mother's car? Is the car it's registered to him, or is it to register his mother? I wasn't sure if anyone said that earlier. Someone typed in the chat.
Yeah. I think it's mother, or I've heard mother, I've heard father,
Okay.
Yeah, one of the parents for sure.
Either way, dude messed up. If he is a perp by driving Eve again, there are cameras everywhere. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't realize there's a lot of cameras, especially, these days. It's a lot more cameras than there were before. Just makes sense. Even like dash cam, just like cameras on regular cars, there's cameras there. So I think I personally think if he is the suspect, he probably made a mistake and brought the car there and just did not think he was it.
Sleuth. Okay, let me read these. So 5 hours. She said 4 total owners need the full Carfax, but titles changed due to loan payoff, address change, PA titles. Okay, so hold on. With the screenshot of the Carfax floating around, it says transfer to Washington happened on 11/18, which doesn't reflect what the 2 reports I've pulled from separate. Then she says, hold on. She says on here that she worked at a car dealership or something, and this is not normal. Here. It's actually decent though. I know they transfer title when it changes, but I worked as an office manager of a car dealership for many years and handled lots of car titles. This many transfers are not common, especially on a car that's less than 10 years old, unless the car was transferred names from parents to sister to him or something.
Yeah, I think Jones had also asked a question. I'm just I gotta paste it. I gotta look it up again. She said,
I agree with that, lady. That was one of the points I was trying to make earlier. Like, unless it was, like sister to dad to him, sister parents him, his sister him parents. However, if it were staying in the family, that would line up.
Yeah, and I don't know your question. Maybe someone can answer this question. B-Tim, could the tag have been switched around the time the title was transferred over? I can't answer that, but does anyone else?
Generally, yes. You get when the title changes, you get your new tags. Yeah, because they'll take the Pennsylvania.
Okay, I put it in the back chat. That's the car. It's like a Twitter link to the Carfax.
Yeah, I mean,
that says when they changed the title. It was like, I guess it took like Pecan Pie said, he probably changed it on like the 5 days after on the 17th, and then it took a couple of weeks to process, maybe.
Yeah,
because the Carfax has a different date.
And we go, a lot of people
take that to upload to Carfax, but generally when you go in on the day, your title work is dated the day you do it.
Yeah.
It's not going to be post dated for in the future. You understand what I mean? Because when you leave that day, that date is going to be on your title.
Yeah. Kate says, I've transferred tags with hubby a few times because of bullshit issues. Insurance laws they have in PA. So that could explain all those extra title changes, maybe. Maybe some sort of insurance issue earlier on. So maybe that will explain it with that one. And let me see. Jonesin says, I think Jonesin said something else. Just read that. He took the tag. I think he had this trip planned back home and he unalived knowing his car would be across the country. You know, there's always a possibility that he planned it, but you know, we wouldn't know. But that would depend also on when the agency actually submitted the documents. Okay, what agency are you referring to? Are you referring to what Voices was talking about, Sweet Bob?
The Bolo or the documents, the Carfax. I put the Carfax in the back and on Twitter back there.
We're gonna need like an insurance expert to come up eventually explain all this
right.
stuff, because I feel like I'm a little out of my depth in the title exchange.
So when I bought my Jeep, I bought it from a guy in Montana.
Yeah.
I drove it home with his plates, his Montana plates on it. I took it to the courthouse in Wyoming, where I took his old paperwork in with the title. I went in and went to the title. I then went across the hall to the licensing bureau. Again, this was my experience in Wyoming. Everything was dated as of that date. Now, Carfax may have another date on it. I have never pulled the Carfax on myself, but I know that the day that I walked in there with my title, it's all my paperwork and my registration. Everything is dated that day.
And
here we could do it online, and so it could be like processing days and like application. I don't know.
Open invitation for anyone in the car transferring or insurance business to jump up and explain these things to us, because I have no goddamn clue. Maybe someone knows better than I do.
Is this
How you doing?
Hi guys.
Hey, honey.
Hi.
How you
Just
doing?
coming up really quick, because as far as like cars transferring and stuff like that goes in PA, like whoever you go to get the title transfer done, they have to submit the paperwork to Harrisburg and all those things. And we've actually had people get in trouble just recently in our state. There was a dealership nearby us that got in a ton of trouble because they were handing out license plates. They were pretending to file the paperwork and things like that, but they hold on to all of it until like the end of the year or the end of the month or whatever and submit it all at once. Well, this guy stopped submitting it. Like he didn't turn it in. And so that date in particular, it would depend on when the person that you went to get the title transfer done, when they actually would send it in, not the date that you physically went to their office. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I thought Amish people don't drive, Sweet Mom. I thought
that can
how would you know
understand
that?
for the Pennsylvania stuff, but not the Washington. I wouldn't think for the Washington, because it would be for Washington statutes, not Pennsylvania's.
Right. My guess is he must have been wanting a local plate. Like, I don't know. Title
Well,
issued.
he probably was establishing residency.
Right.
Or it could just be like complete coincidence and he was just going about doing what he was going to do.
Well, and there's that as well.
Yeah. There's always that.
Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I just wanted to say about, because I heard what Voices was saying and I was like, that's not exactly, like, it doesn't necessarily matter what date you physically go. It's when they submit the paperwork. So, but
I'm sure every state is very different too.
Right.
You know,
and
just
I was
depending on-
speaking, and that's if you're like, if the vehicle's financed and you have to get the title, etc. I had title in hand when I did it. So I can see some different, but generally anytime you do title work, it is dated the day that the person is in there because it requires a signature.
I wonder if they had like a lien on it at all. Is that possible?
Well, I mean, the lien would be if the vehicle was financed, the financial institution would have a lien on the title, because if something like
I'm wondering, like, did he pay it off maybe in November, and so then the title was issued?
That's a good point. Then they would do a transfer to him or someone else if the title
from the financing agency to him. There would be a title transfer in Pennsylvania. That could happen, yes.
Yeah.
But would it go to Pennsylvania though, or would it actually
it
go
would go to Washington, because
Washington, where his residence is now?
Right. Mm-hmm. It would go to Washington because that's where it would have went from Pennsylvania to Washington.
Right. Yeah. So I'm betting that's what it is. I'm betting it was like something like he paid off the lien on it.
What's your thoughts of him like driving there instead of like? Do you think that's a little odd, or you think that was because some people said it was planned that trip? Do you think that was just like a lot? Like, do you think there was a possibility that he was trying to ditch the car in Pennsylvania, or do you think that's just out of the just pure craziness, or not something that you think you could comment on without more information?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I think that it's not odd at all. I don't find it suspicious at all that his dad flew out, especially since they're saying that it was pre-planned. Like they're saying that he bought his ticket to go back out and fly out with it or drive out with him for the holidays back in August whenever he first moved there. And so I don't find it suspicious at all, just simply because it's a very, very long drive. And I kind of talked about this on my live the other day. Like I can't drive far distances. I can't drive like past 3 hours without getting tired while I'm driving. So I always have to have a co-pilot. And being that he wanted to go home, likely.
Dude, I don't drive long distances. I get tired as hell. I can't. I don't like it either.
Oh man, see, I'm the girl. I could settle in and drive across the damn country and not even blink. I love it.
You know, I'm the complete opposite. Like I have to have a co-pilot. I have to have somebody with me to keep me awake. And like my kids don't cut it. Like I have to have a co-driver because I just get sleepy. And I mean, honestly, he was going to be home for the whole holiday break until the next season. So he would want to have his vehicle. He would want to be able to get around at home.
Good point. But do you think he was going to take
a car?
Do you think he was going to take the vehicle? Was he going to take the vehicle back? I'm trying to remember if someone said that.
I don't think he was concerned about driving the car because the police were looking for a 2011 to 2013.
Right.
And he probably felt like confident because of the fact that his car was a 2015 that he was in the clear.
He was outside of the window. And honestly, you know why register it in Washington? Because he's a graduate student and in-state residency is cheaper. And if you move there, establish residency, I think Washington's 6 months to establish it. I might be wrong. It might only be 30 days. But if he moves there, establishes residency, next semester is going to be cheaper for him.
Someone actually brought up an interesting question, Lacey Ann. She says, I mean, how was he going to drive back? So if the father was going to stay in his residence.
We don't know that his dad wasn't going to, you know, ride back with him and then fly home again.
Yeah, maybe about a round trip or something.
That'd be interesting. I mean, I know when my dad was alive, he would not be wanting to do jump on the thing, go there, and then come back, and then jump on a plane. But you know, maybe it was just some quality time you wanted to spend with them, and that was his quality time. It could be that could be the reason.
Yep. Something just like that.
It sounds kind of weird, but you know, other people like to do road trips. Maybe the father liked to do the road trip type of deal, the quality time. You know, it's a possibility.
Like voices. Yeah.
Like voices. So, anywho,
listen, I had to learn how to be okay with that because if I wanted to go somewhere, I am scared to death to fly. Flying, I do not have enough spidey senses to keep myself calm and keep that little pop can in the air. Period. The end. So if I want to go somewhere, I got to be able to drive to it.
Yeah. Anywho, I mean, like, I just think that's.
I don't know. It's not, but I'm like, I do get tired after long distances of driving. I will say that it's like just relaxing. I don't ever relax. You know what I mean? Like it's relaxing as hell to me. So, okay, I got one more question before you jump down here. What do you think about them flipping the car or sell or whatever they here? Let me go back to it on December 5th.
Wait, what did they do on December 5th? Sorry, I missed it.
It's possibly when the title went through.
Flipping the car in December 5th, I think she said. If I'm not correct. Queen, can you?
Yeah, sorry, I left the page. I left to go to a different page. Anyhow, they were like said they either flipped it back and forth, like the mom sold it to the dad or the kid. You know what I'm saying? Like Brian, his dad sold it to him, or he sold it to his dad. Like they were flipping it back and forth. It seemed like the title, like it was signed over December 5th, which was after the murders, you know? So like I said, I feel like they baited him. I feel like they put that car out for a reason to see what he was going to do with it, to see what he was going to do with his car. You know, they put it out into the media.
Oh, that's super possible. That is super possible.
Yeah,
but again, if he paid
I
off
said
the
that
loan,
before at the beginning. I said I think they used that car to bait him, like a cat and mouse game kind of. Because yeah, he was confident enough to know that that wasn't the exact car that was his. They were confident enough to know he's been driving that car, and if they mentioned it, what was it? You know, sit back and watch. What was he going to do with it? And I said, would he sell it? Would he try to trade it? Would he try to take it to a dealership? Well, you know what I'm saying is you can't just go get your car smashed in. You know, you can't take it to the, you know what I mean?
You're from Jersey.
You know, like to watch what he was going to do with it. Well, now you look and it's been, you know, whatever the title was, either what did he sell it or get it? So something happened on December 5th. I got to go back and find it. I don't
change of license, I think, or title transfer. Right?
Title transfer
Pennsylvania to Washington State because he changed his license plates. Mm-hmm.
But okay, so that goes back to the fact that if there was a loan that was paid off, you know, could it have been in his parents' name or something along those lines, and then they just transferred it to his, or whichever way.
Or
like
they
I haven't
just gifted
seen
to him. To
right,
right,
exactly. So like once it was paid off, would have been the thing that we seen on December 1st. And then did they transfer the title then? But I don't know how they would have transferred the title whenever they weren't in person with each other at that point.
But he might have had the title.
I'd have to see it, Queen. I
Yeah.
didn't actually see that part. Sorry.
No, it's on Sleuthy Goosey's. I'm trying to go back to it. I couldn't figure out where it was. There's been so much shit up here. I couldn't figure out where
I think it's
just
in the back chat. It's like the second one, I think, in the back chat.
I found it, babe, right here. I found it finally. I was like, okay, hold on. Okay, notice. Okay, so it says, can anybody else explain to me why there'd be 9 title owners on an 8-year-old vehicle with only 115,000 miles? Notice plate change and title transfer to Washington for the Elantra wasn't until 12/5/2022.
Okay, but so the Carfax thing said about the title being issued December 1st. I'm betting December 5th is when the paperwork finally went through for the title transfer. I really think that it had a lien on it at that point.
I will agree with that. I will agree with that because of it having to go from Pennsylvania to Washington. So there had to have been a lien release. And generally that takes 3 to 5 days to get that processed.
Yeah. It just takes time. I know. I did it by mail.
So 5 hours ago, she said 4 total owners need the full Carfax, but titles changed due to loan payoff address change. PA titles with KO behind number were the Kobergers, if that helps. So she put it out there. Well, that screenshot of the Carfax floating around says that the transfer to Washington happened on 11/18, which doesn't reflect what the 2 reports I've pulled from separate.
Okay, but here's what would have happened. Let me tell you, because he would have had to transfer the address of the car whenever he was moving it there and things like that. That probably took time for it to transfer over. And then whenever it was paid off, then the title got issued to him in Washington. I can almost guarantee that's exactly what happened.
That is pretty accurate.
Like he probably didn't update the loan holder, the lien holder, until he was in Moscow for a couple months. And then he knew he was getting ready to pay it off, had to tell them his new address so that he could make sure that the title came to him once it was paid off. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Yep.
That makes sense.
That makes
I mean, honestly, it's not as like, interesting of a story to make it like some sort of
paid it off right after the murders then, or what? I mean, because the murders happened November 13th or November 15th. I'll have to go back and look. 13th. Okay.
13th. And I think they were looking for the car on
the 9th of December.
Yeah, the 9th of December or something like that.
Is when they put the car out?
Yeah, I think so.
And that traffic stop was on the 15th of December, going back to.
And the Indiana State Police have come out and said that they had no knowledge that that vehicle or he was wanted for this crime.
No.
They had
Oh,
no
interesting.
clue. And some people were speculating that they could have pulled him over to kind of like throw him
Do a
off,
check.
basically.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
that's
but
not the case.
can you explain why they didn't ask for his like license and registration? They stopped him twice, and it was so quick, and they basically never even wrote him a.
But we
a
only seen
citation.
the second stop.
Yeah.
And whenever they pulled him over, he told them that he had just been pulled over by the sheriff's department or the other officer that was up the road. Let me see if I can find Indiana's press release, because they actually did release a statement about it.
Oh.
And
Mhm.
the cop basically said that they gave him leniency because he knew for a fact that that local officer was sitting up the road, so they believed his story.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I
That makes
just thought
sense.
that was very weird to me. Like
Nice.
I've seen so many stops by cops. They usually last for
Yeah.
license and registration. They usually like look at it and then they give you a warning or something like that. That seemed a little too friendly, and that just I don't know. That seemed all off. And I
Maybe
think
that's just how they do it. That maybe that's like a very heavily ticketed area, and that's
Yeah.
just like their
I mean,
method. You know,
I know even Gray was like saying that's a very quick stop. He never, that's
very
like
quick.
yeah.
I know.
So a lot of people were very weird about that. Let me see. That may be procedure they don't release. Yeah, could be their procedure. I mean, like,
Like
it
a
could
speed
be.
trap or something. You know, that
Yeah.
was in those miles or something. Who knows? Yeah, it's hard to tell. But if they release something not knowing that kind of, I don't. It seems like they were like. It seemed very like a nonchalant. Like he didn't see. I think he would use a little bit more. I don't know.
It says
Like
the trooper,
tact.
having learned that the two had been stopped minutes before by a deputy from the Hancock County Sheriff's Department, who knew he was working just down the interstate from him, used his discretion and released the two men with a verbal warning.
Is it
So-
normal? Is it normal that you just take the word of a person down the road?
Honestly, though, if he pulled up his license plate whenever they pulled him over, they would have seen that he was recently pulled over.
Oh.
Because
Huh,
like
right.
police officers log everything, and if he was ticketed at all, just like we're able to pull up police reports for the Freedom of Information Acts,
Yeah.
It's the same concept. Like police have all that information at their fingertips almost immediately. Take it from somebody who's been pulled over twice in the same day before.
Oh, no. Don't incriminate yourself.
Experience.
So you're basically thinking that's just happenstance that guy was pulled over, and that's basically it.
So-
Right.
This
Sorry,
is
I totally just like ruined all of you guys' like
No.
speculation and
No.
interesting
No,
stuff.
we
about
like
this.
the facts.
I would rather. I mean,
no,
like,
thank you for coming up, honey.
yeah.
I appreciate you. I was just putting on here. This is all the. I just was pulling this up in case you needed anything off of it. It's Pecan Pie put it in here and said it's all the press release. It's got all of them. See?
Yeah, and
Nice.
and we appreciate you.
They're all here. So bam. If you
Yeah.
guys
Please,
need
Mom.
anything, or we needed anything out of here, we could pull it real quick. And I just was pulling it up in case there was anything needed out of here.
Yeah, and I
If
appreciate
anybody
it.
was gonna pop our bubble, we'd prefer it to be you.
Yeah.
Well, that's
yeah,
good.
I appreciate.
No,
you.
I mean I
Yeah.
appreciate you coming up and letting us know. Shit,
Yeah, I appreciate you coming up and like letting people know the actual facts, because because it does seem weird, and it does lead to speculation. Even like people who don't like to jump all the way to the gun.
I still think they did. Sorry, my fucking bird's screaming it. I still think they did a cat and mouse game with him with that car. I mean, that's just that's just in my opinion. I think they put that out deliberately to watch and see what he was going to do.
All right, we're gonna have to.
I don't disagree with that for real, because to be completely honest, I think how at first Jack D wasn't listed on the website, and like everybody was like, listen, they have not officially cleared him. And even though they were like, oh, we don't, well, the minute that Jack D got put on this website, I think they knew that same day that Brian was their killer. I think that the DNA was what they were waiting for, the familial DNA. And once they got it, I think they knew at least, maybe not so much Brian's exact name, but the family that he was associated with.
Yeah.
And then they just had to go down that family line and figure out who was nearby, who could it possibly have been. Because the officer told us, the chief told us that they confirmed his DNA once he was arrested. But you know, up until then they had that familial connection.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I think they knew for what, 2-3 weeks at least who they were
least.
looking for.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
mean, I deliberately think that. I mean, like, I think they put that out there just to watch and see if he was going to do something. Now, also, have you guys seen this? Let me see. This post here. Have you seen this guy? Have you guys seen this yet?
I heard about this, the Facebook Marketplace web. Yeah. People were
What?
talking about
Yeah,
this.
I
but
was gonna say I didn't know if
seems
anybody
like a
had
lot
heard
of money
this.
for a knife.
I heard that was the rumor that was from that clown guy. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
actually confirmed.
Drip
Yeah,
drop.
this is like
Drip drop.
speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. Like,
Okay.
yeah,
I'll
I've
buy
s-
speculation. I'll buy speculation, but I'm not gonna. I don't buy 100%.
Yeah,
I think
I mean,
T
like,
Red was talking about
Alleged
this.
murder.
Yeah.
It said this is the alleged murder weapon. A guy on Facebook Marketplace confirmed he sold this Brian Kohlberger in October, and he drove his white car to pick it up. He paid $350 for it. Thoughts?
There's not a chance.
yeah,
I don't
think
believe it
that's
for a
I
second.
do.
Let me tell you why. In PA,
Too
in October in PA, he was in, number one, he would have had to have been gone for, what is it, 72 hours to drive there and drive back? I
Yeah,
mean,
Yeah.
did he take an extended absence from school in October to be able to
Also-
drive his white car from Washington all the
To
way to
get
PA
a really
to pick up this
expensive
knife?
knife.
Yeah, and also I think it's just like if you could just
I didn't know
order
he
a knife,
was it in PA. Was it in PA? That's where he went.
Yeah, this guy right
Yeah.
in this message says that he drove from PA to get this knife.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't even read the little message yet. Shit. If you guys can see better, go read. Can you read that?
Yeah, it says, I'll read it. It's a legit, you can see my Facebook Market account I've been selling for years. He drove from PA to get this knife for $350. It's a rare discontinued knife meant for cutting skin. From what I remember, the dude was nice. He was with another guy who sat in the car, flipped open the knife. I told him that you can use a zip tie as an immersion way for it. He paid me the money and drove off. This was in October.
You know what? I think I read that wrong because I thought this guy was saying he was in PA. Yeah, he would have still had PA plates at that point because his plates wouldn't have changed until December.
Yeah.
So that makes sense, actually. He would have had PA plates on the car. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's
That's-
possible, I guess. Where's Chris JJ live? Do we know?
Oh, you want to dox him? I'm just joking. I don't know. I don't know where he. I think. I don't know. I think he talked more about it. This comment was talked about on Clown Mafia.
Crime Circus.
Clown Circus. Clown Circus.
Crime-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Clown Mafia
Circus.
with the guy with the makeup and the whole thing.
Lord.
It's really
Crime
Crime Circus. But you
Clown
call him
Circus. Yeah, he talks about it. Let me see. Clown Circus. Is it a crime clowns? Oh, jeez.
Crime
This is the
Circus.
Crime Circus. Yeah, it's Crime Circus. Jeez Louise. I hope this
You're
guy
like,
never watches it and just me completely butchering his name all over the place. Let me see. But I did make fun of his
Say
makeup.
Billy
before.
Bumpkining his name all over the place.
Yeah, I'm sure all his fans fucking despise me at this point. Oh my god. Let me see. Okay, it says it here. Okay, so if you want, we can play the part where he actually talks about it in the video of Crime Circus. If you want to, because he talks about it in his video.
Oh, you want to play Drip Drop? Yeah, go ahead.
We can play the part where he talks about
Drip Drop.
Drip Drop is his name. He runs. But you know what? Though I really do like his channel. He does take it serious. I mean, he might dress up and look like a clown, but
I think he uses faulty data. I think he really uses a lot of faulty data to his things, and I think he really is serious. He just uses faulty data. Like using Reddit posts is not a good idea.
He uses 4chan and Reddit a lot.
Yeah, that's
as his sources. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Steve
That's like using EMZ and the National Enquirer.
He was look. Brian N doesn't sleep, so
Brian doesn't sleep.
5:50 a.m.
Yeah,
which is about. I got up about the same time. Matter of fact, and got a message, and then he posted on Twitter like right after, bam, like it was 2 seconds later.
Yeah. So I got in the back chat. I'll play. I'm sorry, Sleuth Mom's excited to see this. She's very excited.
Oh, you love you some drip drop, huh, Sleuth Mom?
Oh yeah, I'm pumped.
She's pumped. I'm sure she's loving this. Oh no, I'm sorry, Sleuth Mom.
But you know what though? Look, he's got a plaque and I don't, so he's doing something right.
Well, y'all are about to expose me to something I ain't never seen before.
Logan Paul has
critters on his face that attracts all of the subscribers.
Yeah, you know what? You don't like spiders, and now he's got spiders on his face. He's like your arch nemesis now. You know, he's got the spiders now, Sleuth Mom.
I mean, I do like him though. I think he is you know what I'm saying? I think he does take it serious.
He takes, I mean, like, listen, he's not like lazy like some content creator. At least he does research. He sets up an edited video. I just think he's working with
like
faulty
Brian
data.
Sorry, go ahead.
And maybe remove the makeup and the spooky clouds would probably help. You know, just saying, man. Just being serious.
This poster has to say.
Box.
It's legit.
The smoke box.
My Facebook mark.
Like the music kind of adds a little, like, it's really, I mean, it works. Yeah,
Right.
it works.
It works.
You know,
It
I mean,
works.
we don't have 100K. You don't have 100K subs.
Right.
So it's gotta work.
I mean, he's doing something right. That's all I gotta say, Shay. He's doing something better
All
than
right,
me.
Sleuth, you got to get the smoke machine and the makeup. You got to get that done for your channel.
It's legitimate. Has somebody finally come forward to claim that they were wearing that ski mask? It seems believable, poster has to say. He drove from, it's legit, so I just don't know for sure. Let's see what else this poster has to say. It's legit. You can see my Facebook Marketplace account. I've been selling for years. He drove from PA to get this knife for $350. It's rare and discontinued knife meant for cutting skin. From what I remember, dude was nice. He was with another guy who sat in the car. Flipped open the knife. I told him that you can...
Wait, there's some more to it, man. I think this is the...
I'm just saying I don't believe it, but go ahead.
Yeah, let me see.
I've been selling on Marketplace for years. Rest is crazy. I do believe that Brian's possibly by Brian.
Okay,
Not that Brian was wearing the mask, but I do believe that Brian posted that mask onto 4chan to throw people off of his trail and bring suspicions under the wrong person. But check out the social media post I found. Here on Bree's post, it says, I got wrapped into this case twice, and it's crazy. First, this picture of me got leaked somehow, and then out of nowhere, this guy gets arrested, and I realize he was one of my previous buyers. I've been selling on Marketplace for years. This is a business account. But I hope next time something happens like this, people stop throwing others under the bus. It messed up my social life when my friends saw it. On the left, we see a person wearing a ski mask, and this poster claims to be that person in the ski mask, whose name is possibly Bree.
And it says on the bottom, request $350 from Brian Koberger on the bottom. It says that. I don't know if that's real. This could be fucking fake, but this is what the guy's putting out there.
On the other side of the screen,
so this is supposedly the seller.
See an alleged Marketplace sale for a Spyderco knife to Brian Koberger for $350. So what do you think about Bree's post? Is this legitimate? Has somebody finally come forward to claim that they were wearing that ski mask? It seems believable to me, but I've been fooled before, so I just don't know for sure. Let's see what else this poster has to say. It's legit. You can see my Facebook Marketplace account. I've been selling for years. He drove from PA to get this knife for $350. It's rare and discontinued knife meant for cutting skin. From what I remember, dude was nice. He was with another guy who sat in the car. Flipped open the knife. I told him that you can use a zip tie as an immersion wave for it. He paid me the money and drove off. This was in October. So if that's a legitimate post by an honest person, it would make sense because at that time, Brian's car still had Pennsylvania plates. So the seller would assume he drove from Pennsylvania, even though he was already in Washington. Also, sadly, in late October, the poor dog was skinned.
Yeah, and that's where he starts going kind of nuts.
But do you think, though, that Brian would have bought a knife on social media? Like, do you really think that he would have put himself in a position where somebody could tie him to a murder weapon like that?
I don't know. Could a knife be like that's used for skinning be used for like murder? Like
why doesn't he have the messages between him and Brian?
Right.
Brian didn't have social media supposedly and didn't have
I was going to
Facebook.
say we didn't find Facebook accounts for him at all.
Yeah,
right.
To my knowledge,
He didn't show any messages. There was no Facebook account. You know what I mean? Like that's another way. That's another reason why I think it's fake.
And also
this guy wanted to sell knives.
And when this guy be contacted by the police, being like, "Yo, you."
Oh, absolutely. The FBI would definitely be involved in that. Want to know where his messages were. When did he have any kind of cameras to ask? And the neighbors around him, where did you sell it? Was it here? Was it in a public place? What like, where did you guys meet?
I agree with all of that.
Doesn't make any sense to do
Shit,
it. Like, he
yeah,
could buy
yeah,
that
it's
a
like
knife
fucking white
anywhere.
collar. They're gonna question the fucking hell out of you, you know?
Yeah, and you just randomly meet some guy to sell. Like, I mean, like, I would think that would be a pretty big situation that you would jump out there. I mean, like, I'm starting to think maybe that person who put that thing might have been like a troll fucking
But
around or
then
something
they
like
go
that.
into the dog being skinned and all that trigger warning, and they said that was not tied with the
Yeah.
that had nothing to do with it. I do think that is a little sketch that the dog and some pet rabbit were both
Well,
like that, but they had
See, I
nothing
think that Brian thought higher of animals than he did of these victims. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think that he would have skinned a
I
dog.
agree.
I don't
I-
think
I-
so
Agree
either,
with
I-
because if
Tricky.
that's the case, he would have killed Murphy in the house. He
Hey,
could
not
have
all
stopped,
not
you know
not
what I'm
all
saying?
vegans think like that, Sooth Mom. Stop being general, all the vegans.
Sure, Kim. Sure.
Be Tim feels
Oh no. I'm gonna be incriminated soon.
vegan talk. Yeah.
Hey, y'all, I have a happy Wednesday. I got into a pair of jeans that I haven't worn in about 2 years.
Woo! Go
Congratulations.
ahead, girl.
But yeah, I mean, that's the thing with that clown circus. I think he like does the background, he does the video, but I just think he does a disservice to himself when he grabs his faulty data and also the whole makeup and the whole cloud thing in the background, because then you can't really take his stuff seriously. I think it
Okay.
really messes up the
I
stuff
got
like
one.
that.
Did y'all see that T-Rex is going to be on Banfield admitting, and like it looks like he's going to go admit that he lied?
No, he's not going to admit
Oh.
he's lying. There's no
He
way.
said he was going to set he said he was going to set the information correct about the inaccurate. He was going to set the record straight with the inaccurate information.
He's not going to say he's going to lie. He's going to say, well, I thought it was real, and my fans said it was real, and then this TikTok lady that was friends with her said it was real.
Who is this?
T-Rex. Oh, T-Rev.
T-Rev.
He had like that
T-Rev, right.
Well, I refuse to say his real name, so I call him T-Rex.
The fake call. See the fake call. Now, look, I made a 1-minute video. Go over there and read them comments.
Oh, be careful. Be careful. He was threatening to sue Nick for when he was on Nerd.
I don't give a shit. Go over there and read the comments from all of his little fangirls telling me how wrong I was and how he never said this and all this and that. I said, wait for them Discord messages to get leaked.
I think you really should get media liability insurance on this channel, personally, but that's just me. But just in case, I heard CoffeeZilla had that for him. It's helping him out now.
Well, I hope Banfield hands him his ass.
No, it's like
He's
it's
not
funny.
going to. Banfield, I don't know. I've been kind of disappointed, honestly, lately in some of the people that Banfield's had on, because it's like she's having people on. Sorry, because I know people in here like Mob Crew, but Mob Crew was on, and she's like, "Tell us about how you found the vehicle in the body camera footage leaving the scene." And he's like, "Well, I can't tell you that it's the body or that it's actually the vehicle or not." And she's like, "So tell us how it's the vehicle." And he's like, "Well, it's I can't really tell if it's a Hyundai Elantra or not." And she's like, "But tell us how it's the car." And I'm like, dude, like, he's literally sitting here telling you that you're not sure if he's not sure if it is or not, but because his title was clickbaity and was like, "Is this the car?" And so then she had him on her show, and it was just complete. It was sad. It was a sad little clip.
Yeah, and I just find it interesting.
I had no idea.
I just find it interesting that T-Rev was threatening Nick to sue him, and also Nerd, that Nerd channel that's with Popcorn Planet. He was threatening to sue him for misinformation. Meanwhile, they gave him the benefit of the doubt. Matter of fact, they were being extremely nice to him, where they were like, "Well, we liked your interview of the guy." Meanwhile, I watched it. I was like, "Well, he didn't really do anything. He did, like, we watched it on Jones and we were laughing at it. It was like he had like things on it. It was like, "Stop the cap." He had in the middle of it, and like all these sound
We
clips.
watched you over here laughing because you were like, "What is stop the cap?" And Jones was like, "If you don't know what it is."
I know. I was praying that it was real so that it could be played in the courtroom.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! And that's the sound clip, like out of a murder trial. It would just be such a clown show at that point. And I just was praying it was real just for that sake. But I mean, like, unfortunately, my prayers have not been answered. It's probably to avoid lawsuits from T-Rev. It's allegedly real, allegedly not. I don't think it's real, in my opinion. I think it's like 100% fake. And I think T-Rev was just clickbaiting with that title.
Well, and with the spirit box and all that craziness.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's very, like I said, I think it's very disrespectful to the family. Like
I said this to people. I says, how would T-Rev feel if I found out one of his relatives were dead and I started a YouTube channel and I just started playing spirit boxes to contact his dead relatives? How would he feel? And then I just started making up shit what I hear. That would be very disrespectful. I'm guarantee you every single one of his fans would jump into the chat and start screaming at me saying I was a terrible person. Where did Justice get arrested for me? What did Justice get arrested for me? Who is Justice? Does anyone know that? Kevin McCarthy says, what did Justice get arrested for me? What does that have to do with anything?
Very fun.
Did Justice for all go? I don't even know who he's talking about. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I think that's disrespectful. I think it's hugely disrespectful for murder victims to experience spirit box talking, and I don't think anyone would like their family members to be put online like that. And I don't think that's a controversial take. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Hey, Queen, honey, I gotta bounce. I gotta hop. I gotta start
getting to the boyfriend. You got the new pants now. You're getting now.
Yeah, no, I get to go home and pack my house.
Justice got arrested. Who is Justice? Like, can you tell us who the full name is? It
we talking Justice for All?
Please tell me it's Justice for All.
Yes, please tell me. I gotta wait for this now. Hold on.
If you say Justice for All, you
say Justice for All. I'm making a fucking cup of coffee, and you better come take a link.
Yeah, like seriously. This better not be like clickbait. This better not be doing like a T-Rev on us, please.
He said yes. Yes. He said yes.
Is it true that dude is going to be Bingfield? Yes, that person is going on Bingfield. Not with a spirit box, hopefully not.
Right. Hopefully not with the spirit box. Lord. I hope not.
Justice for All is arrested? Where did you hear this?
Where did you hear this?
Please.
Where?
He's not arrested. He's live right now.
That's got.
He's currently live.
He's live. Okay, well.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
He's got live. He's got Brian Etton's Twitter pulled up, so I doubt he's in jail.
I was typing that up. I was like, please mention if we saw that. Oh my god.
Well, he's live.
Gotta come in and talk some shit.
Oh my god.
Dolly was talking about it.
Yeah.
What is the spirit box? A spirit box is basically like random sounds that come in, like with a hello from random radio stations, and someone says spirits. The dead, like for instance, this one guy talked to Brian Laundry Ghost that was very mad at the glare, and it started saying, "Bring the glare." And then he has the lights going off and everything. And it's basically just like random sound clips that your brain just interprets as what their meaning is from radio stations. But people think that's how the ghosts talk to them. So usually there's a subsection in YouTube where people will go up and do the spirit box and try to contact dead, murdered people while on the live for clicks and views. And, T-Rev is one of them. Dolly said it happened a few days ago. Oh, it happened a few days ago.
He's been live every day for the past week for hours.
How do you know that this is not like his doppelganger or something?
True. Somebody else could be pulling off that peach shirt right now.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe this is like old footage. He's doing like.
He said, oh my god.
Oh my god! I mean, like, I don't know what he would be arrested for.
Allegedly, Dolly said it happened 4 days ago. Allegedly, there we go. We'll put that in
there. Allegedly. This is Dolly's accusation, so Justice for All should get mad at Dolly, not us. But like, what would he be arrested for? Like, he's so like, I can never imagine this guy committing any crimes. To be honest with you, like,
I was gonna say, what the hell did he do?
Like, this guy is like the least person I would think that would commit a crime.
They arrested him for being a tragedy pimp.
Well, I mean,
that's the only thing I can think of. The fashion police arrested him.
70% of probably like 50 or 60% of YouTube would be gone.
Came in here, just trolled the fun shit right out of us. Took us.
I just typed up the channel. I was like, "Where me see Justice for All? Where is he?" Because I figured, but he's live, so maybe that's why a lot of people are jumping in his chat. Like they were just checking if he was like he was actually arrested.
If he was okay, if it was the real Justin.
Like I'm thinking I'm going into like a live situation where he's being arrested live on air or something like that.
Yeah. Oh my God, he's getting swatted.
Oh well, I wouldn't be happy about that. That would be fucked up. But
No,
like just
no.
arrested. But yeah, crazy. Kurt with the troll. But anyway,
Somebody
Dolly
said that
had
the first pullover was out now, and I've been searching. I don't see it. There's
I
a
was
news
gonna say,
station
put it
who
in the back
just
chat.
released the second one. Again, basically like it's brand new, but it's not. It's still the same
It's
old
the
video.
same. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like worn out now because I feel like I've just been like trolled immediately. I was like, oh man, Justice got arrested for what? And then realized it was just trolled. Just ruined it.
No, he said he's not trolling.
He's
No,
not
he's-
trolling. Well, you could tell me that's like the date Dolly said this and like the time. I'll look it up. I'll check it out. Because I don't watch Dolly, to be completely honest with you. I mean, Joneson watches. I'm surprised Joneson wouldn't tell me this because Joneson watches just for the, content
Yeah.
she watches for getting content. Dolly was trolling. See? Well, I can agree with you with Cuomo. Yes, he's a douchebag. I can absolutely agree with you, especially seeing what he's done. Definitely a douchebag. But that's a little political. As a person who lives in New York, I can probably speak to that. All right. Oh, you were asking a question. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
he was saying maybe the other Justice. J is for Justice. Is that the one?
Is it J for Justice? Listen, Kurt,
J
I mean,
there's a lot of justices out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of justice.
We have all of them in jail by the time that this is done. If we sit here and talk about it, like
I used to confuse Justin and Jay, and then Jay switched.
Or they'll be like, we were listening to QueenBee, and B. Tim told us that J is for Justice got arrested, and it's like, whoa.
Right, that's gonna get us in a fight with half the fucking internet and all of the J's.
There'll be a live stream of all the justices pissed off at Queen in the chat. Like 90% of the true crimes.
That's why you should never take your information from tomatoes.
Exactly.
Look, she said, when I first came to YouTube in 2021, I enjoyed Dolly. The show has changed, and I saw some true colors and bounced early 2022. Yeah, I watched him and laughed too. I thought he was funny as hell. Like when I very first started watching him, and that quickly fucking changed real quick.
Yeah, but he's
then when he got with Eddie, like straight downhill.
Listen,
like he used to throw Molly and shit. That shit was funny as hell too.
And then he
no, that's not me. That's Queen's got the Excel sheet on all this whole stuff. Not me. I don't know.
This is Sleuthy Goosey's from Twitter.
Yeah,
she's really good.
And she does them really good. He did take half the information out of the one though, so I really was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, maybe I did jump to conclusions. Kurt React. Maybe I did. I was like wondering what you did with. It didn't have a question mark at the end. I thought you were making a statement. So either or, no big deal. No big deal.
Anyhow, she's got a lot of these like people, places, resources, debunked and unrelated questions. Here's another one. What night was the formal that Ethan attended with his siblings? What time did it start and end? Are these questions that she's got like she's going to answer or what? Because this is still only half of it. So these must be questions you can put in or whatever. Guessing maybe.
Yeah.
Because there's still like it's
on Kohlberger. Did you see like she like put in like the times that he was teaching, like as a teacher, and which classes he was teaching? I thought that was he's teaching like an intro or TAing an intro to criminal justice on the pink part.
Over here covered in the news. This is all we have.
The dark pink all the way to the right on the top of the dark.
There's some here at the bottom too. Must be.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh yeah, that's all the people that they interviewed, all the neighbors and such. and people, you know, around that knew him when that pink part shows the classes that he was teaching.
The on the left or the right, the dark pink or the light?
Left, the dark pink. Yeah.
Let's see here.
I have to say, like, some people are really good at these charts and are getting to really details that I could not imagine doing this, to be honest with you.
I know, right? Look at these classes he TA'd for when he was getting his graduate degree, when he was getting his master's degree.
That's right. It's me, Jay. See, now you already know what time it is. We got to have these spreadsheets. We got to.
Devil's lettuce.
Yeah, the devil's lettuce it causes us to forget some stuff sometimes. You know. It's all right, baby. It's all right. So anyhow, all right, yeah, he is tall as hell too. Look, 6 foot. Shit. Yesterday nobody could believe how tall he was. I'm like, shit, he is tall as hell. So these are the classes right here. He was for Introduction to the Administration of Criminal Justice, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10:35 to 11:50. Criminal Procedure. Let's see, Tuesday and Thursday from 12:05 to 1:20. So these were all on the same day. Tuesday and Thursday from 1. So Tuesdays and Thursdays is the only day you had school. Criminal law.
Some of those were at, yeah, he was just there Tuesdays and Thursdays. Probably back-to-back classes, you know?
Yeah, he started at 10:30 and got out at 2:45.
Is that just the ones that he was the TA in, though?
Yeah, the top one
not
is
the ones that he was taking,
that's
just
graduate.
the ones he was TA.
Yeah, the bottom is graduate, the top is undergraduate. The 2018, right? The Administrative of Criminal Justice, isn't that undergraduate? Or maybe that's just two. I don't know. It's maybe just two different columns, you know.
Well, yeah,
I'm saying like we don't have his actual class schedule. That's just the ones that he was like grading papers and stuff for, and helping teach.
Right, he was a TA on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
So let's see. Here's his neighbors, friends, acquaintances. I'm sure she probably has it in here somewhere. Let's see.
Well, it said it right up on the top of in that pink area at the top. It said TA classes there. Classes he's a TA for.
Yeah, but I was saying classes he was taking, you know.
Sorry.
No, it's okay, love. I just go over here.
That would be interesting to see which classes he was taking.
If she had it. I didn't know if she had it in here anywhere. You know how, like, when you scroll down we found that other stuff too. So
I don't know if that's like public record, you know, or how somebody would get that. His classes you've taken. These are probably just from like talking to people in his class. I think they like figured out his schedule.
And these are the ones that have came forward and spoke on him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is quite a few people that spoke out, really.
Right? A lot. She even put like the teachers and the professors that spoke out.
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to go back to I'm going to resume packing my Jeep so I can drive home to pack my house.
No problem.
I will listen to you guys. Thanks for letting me come and hang out. And we'll see you guys later.
Well,
bye.
See you.
Bye. Thank you for hanging out.
Bye. See you, voices.
I love. Yeah, this is so her. There are tabs and everything. And yes, there's tabs and everything, girl. She's got it set up. You guys want to go over this, or what do you want to go over? There's all kinds of stuff in here, so let's see.
I mean, is there anything relevant that you think that stands out?
I mean, it's just the neighbors or whatever. I mean, to give you an idea of what they said about him. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah. It's a WSU employee lives in adjacent building. Would see BK check his mail. Other than that, he only seen him twice. Saw nothing unusual from accused neighbor. So Andrew, grad student and employee at WSU and direct neighbor of BK, had not noticed anything at all over the past couple of weeks that he would consider unusual. He did not even recognize BK's picture. So that's I don't consider that they paid attention, like, you know what I'm saying, like closely, if he didn't even recognize his fucking picture.
Yeah. Well, I think pretty much he just. That's what I'm saying. He had a set routine. He wasn't doing anything unusual. I mean, like.
Right. And he wasn't in his business if he didn't know, like, if he didn't know his picture from looking at it, then he wasn't paying that close of attention to it.
I mean, and this kind of goes to my thought process that he had a routine and he wasn't a partier. If everyone, because they would be a little weird if he started partying at local houses. Would that be unusual behavior or would that be normal behavior to you guys?
Well, I mean, it would depend. Like, if he had one party out of the way, like one party, yeah, okay. I mean, it could have been off, but if he started partying like just randomly on a Monday night and then on a Thursday, yeah, I would be like, damn, what the hell's going on? This is odd, like.
Yeah, that's the
Especially
thing.
that's what he used to be doing. But okay, so this guy says father of 3 youngins, originally from Utah, lives steps away from BK, PhD student at WSU. That's all. It doesn't really say. Okay, so here's another one. Shocked that BK was arrested. Got to know BK when he arrived at the apartment complex from October to September. Exchanged texts with him. Talked occasionally on the stairs near BK's second floor apartment, and it is the second floor, not the third floor. I know they were Betty and then kept saying the third floor. Olivia took pictures and videos of a house and an apartment on the third floor, saying it was his. I'm like, you guys are a fucking disaster. You are a straight fucking disaster. So it is on the second floor. Just want to put that out there. Okay, so states BK is very talkative and a friendly person. He would talk about why people committed crimes. Okay, what is the key reason behind crime and how people think while committing them? BK wanted to study why people commit crimes and what is the role of police as guardian, or should it be as an enforcer? BK drove a white Elan trip but didn't call in because BK's personality doesn't match the incident. BK told him the first week of December that he was going to visit his home in PA for the holidays. Not a hint of stress on his face or something. There's nothing suspicious after the Moscow incident that could point to, okay, this could be the guy.
Yeah, it just seems like a normal routine.
What do you guys think about the fact that nobody has talked about him ever dating or pursuing women or anything like that?
Well, I would,
or even men for that matter. We haven't even heard.
There was no SA involved in this. There was no SA. There was no, and they said there was no binding. They keep trying to correlate him with the BTK killer, but they said there was no binding, no torturing, SA, no.
Well, look at his earlier life. They talked about that relationship. Remember that we read that situation with a kid he stole money from when he was supposed to buy drugs for him, and how he was kind of wanting to be friends with them and not understanding social cues and kind of being like a little inadequate with friendships.
Asperger's.
I don't know about like a medical thing, but I think he definitely had issues with making friends and social and understanding like how to interact with people, probably. So he's very like analytical,
spectrum, possibly, and very maybe socially awkward-ish in certain situations. But then he comes across very intelligent to his professors.
Yeah, I mean that's what and that kind of relates to my idea that he probably wasn't partying if he's not going. You know what I mean? Like it seems like he's not the type to be going to social events like that. To me, like it just seems like he's a set routine.
It's kind of backwards. Everything that you're describing, B. Tim, still sounds like Asperger's to me. Just so you know.
I don't know too much about that. Maybe if
you
would you explain Asperger's? I mean, like maybe I'm like I don't know the psychological thing about Asperger's. Maybe if you can explain it.
So, like people with Asperger's, a lot of times their biggest struggle is often social cues, understanding conversations, understanding the appropriate time to have their emotions, like how they react to other people's emotions, stuff like that. I wish Grandma Sherry was here. I'm not sure if she's listening or not, but she actually could tell you a ton about Asperger's because she has Asperger's.
Okay.
And so it's just, I don't know. It's kind of like that. And a lot of times they are extremely, extremely intelligent. But
analytical.
Right. But they often struggle with social situations in general.
So maybe is that the reason why you wanted to get into like criminal justice, to understand human nature and why people commit crimes and understanding more about himself, maybe like his emotions?
Yeah, I think that it did have a lot to do with it, because I think he definitely wanted to understand his own mind. I think that's also why he had a heroin addiction in high school and his early years, because I think he was struggling with his emotions.
And do you think
That's
like,
just me, though.
yeah, and you think that's why the heroin usage maybe is to like lower the bound, like would that help with the person with Asperger's, or would that, because they say that he had a heroin addiction earlier on.
I don't think it would help with it at all. No.
No, I don't think it would either.
No, not at all. I know that I do know that Asperger's, it's really hard for them to like, okay, so my friend's son has a really hard time making eye contact with people, and he gets very nervous. He'll look off to the side when he's talking, like he'll look up in the air, look off to the side, or you know what I mean? And like he fidgets, he gets real nervous when he's talking to people. You know what I'm saying? Like like if it's direct, you know what I'm saying? Like a one-on-one conversation, he gets very nervous and he cannot look people in the eyes. That's one of his problems. Like he just does not dig that at all.
Right. You know what? I know it's not called Asperger's anymore. They got rid of the label of it because Asperger himself, the doctor, he was an evil man, and the things that he did, and that's part of why they got rid of that name. But having known people who are on the spectrum that are considered to be Asperger's, they don't all like the fact that they got rid of that label. Some of them do. Some of them obviously fought to get rid of it, but others get frustrated because whenever you say someone is autistic or on the spectrum, immediately our minds go to nonverbal. They go to basically the most severe side of things. Whereas whenever you say Asperger's, people kind of know that that's what you would consider somebody who's just slightly not neurotypical.
More specific.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And exactly. And so I know people on both sides that are frustrated that it's gone and that also wanted it gone. So it's kind of hard, but he kind of does, like, based off of things. Cause I heard somebody last night, I was in a stream called Crime on the Record. They had some guy call in that was friends with him through high school. And basically what he described was like how he was a nice guy and how he got along with people and different things like that, but also how he was reserved and quiet and just kind of backwards in those type of ways. And so it kind of, I don't know, it felt kind of like he could be on the spectrum.
Grandma Sherry joined us.
Oh, good, Grandma Sherry.
How are you doing, Sherry?
Hi. How are you?
I am good. How is everybody?
Good. We were wondering if you were listening.
Well, I was kind of working, so.
Oh, this is so much more important, Grandma Sherry.
I do that during the day. Sometimes I work. But yeah, so.
Dang it! Look at you adulting.
I know, right? Paying my rent and shit.
I know, damn it.
Right. Hey, so I kind of missed some of the conversation, but I heard about autism, and that's kind of like my expertise.
Yeah, I mean, we're just discussing whether the BK guy had a Asperger's or not, based upon things we're hearing about his personality.
You know, it's really possible because we know that somebody said he has OCD, and OCD is a comorbidity that goes along with the autism. There's a lot of comorbidities that go along with it, but considering the fact that he's socially awkward and whatnot, he probably is on the spectrum somewhere. As far as calling it Asperger's, who cares?
Yeah.
I mean,
and someone asked why is he evil, but I don't know the whole history of that individual.
Oh, well, Dr. Asperger actually was NAZI.
Oh, I get you.
And yeah, he did experiments. He's one of the first people that looked at people on the autism spectrum to see what was going on, how we can control it.
So he
That
was with a certain person in the 40s with a certain mustache, basically. Let's just be.
yes,
Okay.
yes, they hired. So yeah,
Yeah.
but so that's why some people don't like it being called Asperger's, because as it became more and more accepted by the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, they kind of got rid of that and just called it level 1, 2, and 3. But I personally like it because we call ourselves Aspies,
Oh, okay.
which is fun, you know.
Yeah, and then yeah, I heard Elon Musk has it. I believe it, but I remember I had that debate with Sleuth Bomb because I was like very doubtful a little bit in the beginning, but she convinced me otherwise, I believe.
Yeah, no, Elon Musk.
No, I'm saying for Elon Musk.
I know, but that's one of your favorites. But yeah, so yeah, he probably is on the spectrum somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, like
considering
would that explain because I also like saying like would that explain why he went to school, why he was basically going for why he was such interested in why people committed crimes, because he couldn't really relate to why people would commit certain crimes.
Well, and that could have a lot to do with it because folks on the spectrum, we don't think quite the same. I mean, we have emotions and empathy and all that stuff, but thoughts process differently for us. And the fact that he was into criminology would kind of fall into an autistic fascination. We get into rabbit holes where if you've ever met a kid and they are all about the dinosaur, they know everything about the dinosaur. And that's one thing when you come across somebody on the spectrum, if they mention their fascination, which is, we'll over talk our fascination.
I was gonna say it's not even just like a fascination, like it's not just like, oh, I like dinosaurs. Like, no, they know every detail about every dinosaur, every name, everything.
I mean, I guess I don't want to offend anyone, but with this next question, but I just want. I mean, I've never heard of a person with. I mean, maybe I'm just my complete ignorance, and forgive me for my complete ignorance. I've never heard of a person with Asperger or autism on the spectrum committing murder, unless I'm completely ignorant. So just educate me.
Well, I'm sure they're out there somewhere. There's a lot of people running around that are undiagnosed. And by the time they get into the criminal process, it's not technically a mental illness that would make you incompetent for trial.
Of course.
So we probably don't know of any because we haven't really looked at them.
And do you I mean, like, could it be that this obsession or to know everything about it would lead him down a dark rabbit hole, or would it am I just kind of being a little too speculative at times?
No, well, not diagnosing anybody or whatnot, but it's a very good possibility because we call it obsessions. Normal society calls it obsessions. Just in the neurodivergent world, we call them fascinating. But yeah, if he was obsessed or fascinated with serial killers, and that's why he chose criminology, then yes, because I'm sure some people have seen or had an experience with somebody who is having an autistic meltdown, and that can manifest as violent tantrums and screaming and repeating things. It's called echolalia, where they might just scream the same thing over and over again. So there is a possibility that between that obsession and a frustration that people with autism need to learn how to recognize when they're hitting their limit.
We're not associating autism with criminal activities. It's just that we're
No
one's contributing
No.
that.
Really what it comes down to is we're trying to understand who he is as a person, right? So that's why people are looking into the fact that he's vegan. That's why people are looking into his vehicle. That's why people are looking into his background and all those other
Oh
things.
yeah.
And so this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
one of those things where we're sitting here and we're talking about this. And as B. Tim was describing him, I was like, you know, a lot of his traits do kind of sound like he could possibly be on the spectrum whenever you sit down and label it, and actually list everything that he has going on with him. That's one of those things. And I'm not explaining it to you, Grandma Sherry, because I know you were listening and you kind of get where we're going with this. I'm kind of
Yeah.
explaining it more so to the chat because like nobody is sitting here trying to diagnose him or
Yeah.
say that we're physicians or any of those things. This is us just discussing Brian and everything that's going on with him to kind of understand him a little bit more. And, you know, we're not going to go out of here saying, you know, that he's obviously 100% a autistic person or has Asperger's or any of those things. We're just trying to understand how possibly his brain could work. We're not saying that Grandma
Yeah.
Sherry is a doctor or any of those
No,
things.
no,
We're
no,
not
no.
saying that I'm a doctor. We're just discussing back and forth him because we all want to understand. And until we get these court documents, until we are able to actually see inside of his mind and see him talk and see him interact, we're not going to have the ability to really know that. And I'm sure they will have doctors and everything else thrown at him so that they can try to prove him competent or
Yeah.
incompetent.
I mean,
Right.
it
That's
Yeah, no,
goes
going
that's,
to be a discussion.
and
that's
it goes.
what I was saying. Tim, my turn.
Oh,
I love you.
no problem.
No, that's what I'm saying. We're not diagnosing anybody. We're looking at things about his personality that could be, you know, you guys were talking about being on the spectrum. Yeah, he could just be a straight up psychopath. But here's the fun thing. Well, it's not a fun thing, it's trivia. But way back when, like in the 40s and 50s, autism was associated with psychopathy, with schizophrenia and things like that, because they didn't understand. They knew something was going on with the brain, and they didn't understand what it was. And so it wasn't really until the 70s and 80s that it got its own little pigeonhole, its own little diagnosis in the DSM,
Yeah.
where it was actually autism.
And it goes to what that psychologist was discussing. I'm trying to true crime. It was like a podcast with a husband and wife.
Hidden true crime. Yeah.
Hidden true crime. It goes into his discussion where it was some sort. He stated like these questions seemed like a self-studying, like he wanted to study his own nature and he wanted to do some sort of dark kind of experiment.
Yeah.
And it would kind of go into a personality where think like this. Also, I'm sorry to interrupt, Queen. Did you get my backdrop? Jones sent the first video of the stop to me via Discord.
The first traffic
Oh, that's
stop.
so cool. So it is out. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's in the back chat. I put in I can share it, Queen. But I put it in the back chat. That's if you want, Queen. It's the last one I just put it.
Yeah, I have that one, but I clicked this one.
That
first,
was
though. So she said check your Discord. Then you said it was a link for me. I couldn't figure out why she didn't just send it to me. I don't know. I was trying to
maybe
I was trying to figure out where the fucking link was because it wasn't showing up back here when you were trying to send it. It's like I hit them question marks like where's it at? Where's the link?
Yeah, this one is just basically confirming the Reddit post which said I think
this is the one that Ellie dropped or you dropped because I just clicked this one right here.
No, not that one. I just recently dropped it a minute ago. It says right like it's just the WW YouTube video, and it says
okay.
Yeah, that's the one with the actual video of the first stop, and it shows the inside of the car.
Oh, cool.
Oh, into.
Yeah, and this is
alrighty.
Thank you, Grandma Sherry.
Yeah, you know, I'm a little reluctant to come on chat, but just real quick because I see some comments in the chat, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for
it.
No, you're fine. I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize for being sorry, love.
Oh no, baby, no, that's fine. Being diagnosed as autistic is a long process because if you're later in life, like I was diagnosed in my 40s because I had a meltdown and I was out on short-term disability, blah, blah, blah. So obviously they said, well, do you have these traits? And so I actually had to go back to my childhood medical records and family indicating that, yeah, I had these things. I did rocking, I did flapping, I did toe walking, I bit people, and just things that kind of go along with the autistic spectrum. And then after all of that, and after hours and hours of testing, then my psychologist came up with, yes, you are on the autism spectrum, and I'm a level 1 or an Asperger. And long time ago, when they used to test IQ, my IQ was 141. So I have the potential of being smart, but when it comes to social interactions and reading people and understanding, that's taken a lot of behavioral modification within my life. So if you think you know somebody who's on the spectrum, and it does help, it helps to get a diagnosis, because then you understand. I read something where it says it's almost like you're watching a movie that has this weird plot twist at the end. And then once you figure out the plot twist is your autism diagnosis, you can go back to the movie and understand everything that has gone through. And it helps you to learn to navigate and to mask, to be honest with you, to learn how to fool people into thinking you're like them because you're acting normal. But anyway, like I said, I saw some comments and wanted to kind of address that.
Thank you, Grandma Sherry.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I really do appreciate that. And
Thank
hopefully
you for taking the time out of your day to do that. Yes.
Yeah. And hopefully no one took, I mean, we're just discussion, because it's a very
Yeah.
weird situation where this is kind of like a senseless crime, and we're trying to make sense of the possible motive, even though, and he's not diagnosed, obviously, and we're just working off of.
Even if he is
Trying to understand
diagnosed, like
him.
we have no idea.
Yeah.
Nobody has told us anything. We haven't had his family come out and say anything besides the fact that they're going to stand behind him.
Of course.
As far as like intimate personal details about him, we have like no one except for the friend who hasn't talked to him since 2017.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, well,
So
and
I
a lot
hope-
of that will come out in discovery and in
Yeah.
court and whatnot. I don't think, if he is autistic, it's one way or another, because most of us are not violent. We just don't want to be around people.
Yeah, I've never heard
Yeah.
heard of it, a violent person.
But on the whole, it is quite possible, because he's very bright. And like I said, he has the comorbidities that could go along with that. So not diagnosing anybody, please consult with a professional like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you have the video? Do you want me to put up the video?
I was gonna say I'm definitely eager to see this video now.
Yeah, put it up.
I'm gonna drop off and watch with civilians.
All right. No
All right.
problem. Thank you.
Sorry.
Bye, Queen. Bye,
Explaining
everybody.
that to us.
Thank you.
Okay, this is from Joneson. It says first traffic stop with black SUV. I got it up. When you want me to play it, I'll play it.
Yeah, I'm just I was trying to get this off here. Will it pop over when you put it up?
Hopefully. We'll see. I think it did. Okay, it did. Good.
Yeah, it just popped to yours. Okay. I just didn't know if it was going to go straight to yours or straight to mine. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, it was an experiment. We figured it out. All right.
Yep, perfect.
Recording.
And just tell me if there's anything you want me to stop.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could.
Does it turn up at all, Tim?
See, it's right up.
This is the loudest it goes. Let me see if I can. I mean, I don't know if I can make my own computer go louder.
They're
Maybe
asking for the license and registration finally.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
Up on that van, man.
Is that better?
You right up on the back end of that van, pulled you
Yeah.
over for tailgating.
Yeah.
Is this your car? Okay, cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're standing early.
What's WSU?
University, basically. That is SWAT team and everything.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh,
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly lucky because we drive for hours.
Hours, days.
To drive. Well, almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where? Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying. It's the universe. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh.
PhD.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
No, this happened last morning. About an hour and a half ago. Still wrapping it up. Investigating. I'm not sure there's two shootings, but they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
And then you didn't know about that actually. Well,
interesting. Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay? All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
They were talking about a shooting? Is that
they were, it sounded like they were talking about a shooting, yeah.
In Pullman, in Washington, right?
Yeah.
Something. I heard about this yesterday, but they were talking about the shooting, but I thought it was on the other. I don't know. I'm confused. But this is the black SUV that he was talking about in the other stop, right?
Yeah, it's that's the first stop. This is the first stop.
Yeah, I know. They mentioned this like SUV in the second stop.
Yeah, that's very weird. I mean, like, does this stop like make anyone think it's weird, or you think it's perfectly normal?
I wish we could hear him better, because I would love to, number one, do a voice comparison to all these calls that have been.
I have pretty good ears. It doesn't sound like the guy. That's probably on T-Rev. But I mean, like, I think the problem lies in, and I think Gray mentioned this, is multiple vehicles passing by, so you can't really exclude one sound background. Like, it's
right.
Got it.
You know, I don't know how you would do it without tampering.
Mixed in, yeah.
Yeah, like there's multiple sounds coming from the background, so it's not like one continuous sound you can just remove, maybe. But
yeah, like a buzzing noise. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like, let me try to play it again. I'll try to make it maybe louder in the beginning because I know it was really low.
I don't understand why they even brought up the shooting thing, though.
I know.
Like, why? Like, who gets pulled over by a cop and they're just like, "Oh yeah, by the way, there was a shooting." Like that. I don't know. That's
and he just doesn't. He just looks at the license and registration, and he doesn't like actually take it back to his car to register it. Like remember you said that, you know, he inputs. Sometimes they input it into the database.
Yeah,
I didn't see him do that.
He could have done the license plate while he was still in the truck, though.
Before
right?
he got out. That would be my guess. Would be that they would have registered. But I mean, they didn't do any paper at all for the warnings. So
no.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
he
not a thing.
Yeah, he just stopped him, talked to him about a shooting, and had a little 2-minute conversation and let him go.
Such a weird coincidence to happen.
Runner Girl said that the system is down.
Oh, Runner Girl says what?
Runner Girl said that their system was down.
Ah, okay. So they stop him just so they won't write him a ticket?
Huh.
I don't know. It's a little suspicious. I'm not gonna lie, because I haven't. I've seen a lot of traffic stops, and I rarely ever seen something like this happen in a traffic stop. Maybe I'm naive. I don't drive, obviously, but I just watch a lot of cop shows and stuff like
I
that.
wonder what highway this is, because somebody was saying that, I don't know, it was like speculation that he was taking a longer route home to avoid a different major
Okay.
highway.
So there was someone says there was a shooting incident on the 13th and 14th, allegedly. Okay. So maybe they were talking about that. But anyway.
He could have been a bad driver, that's true, or this could have been like a speed trap area if they were like communicating with like.
Yeah, I'll play it again, so like maybe we can hear him better.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay, cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're expanding early.
What's WSU?
University, basically. That is SWAT team and everything.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours we're driving. Well, almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where? Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's supposed to university, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh. Okay.
He said, "Do you work at the university?" He said, "I actually do work there."
Yeah. Sorry, that almost blasted my earphones.
No, that's okay. I just did it and turned it all the way up, so I'll upload it here in a minute. But I turned the volume like all the way up to where we can try to hear it.
Yeah, I did the same thing. That's why when you came in, it was like, my ears, because I'm wearing headphones, because I have to turn it up on my computer to make it louder. Yeah, it doesn't sound like the I can lightly hear what he's saying, and it doesn't sound like the T-Rev guy. But it's not great.
T-Rev docs that guy, and he's called him back, and he's answered the phone. So there's no way if that was him that he'd be answering the phone in jail.
Well, I mean,
yeah. So it's definitely not him.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'll stop sharing. Do you want me to stop sharing, or are you good?
No, it's fine. You can finish playing it, babe. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident just yesterday, or?
This happened about an hour and a half ago. We're still wrapping it up for investigating. I'm not sure there's two shootings, but they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
And then you don't know about that actually.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay? All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, that's it. Let me just stop. I'm going to put the link in the chat and for everyone, including here. This is from Joneson. I put it in the back chat already, and I'll put it, obviously.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that's the link in there. Let me just put in some other things.
There was I just found an article. There was like a shooting in Pullman, There
was, yeah. There was.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say there was actually a shooting there, so that's.
Yeah, December 17th. I just found the article.
You want to pop it in the chat, and I'll pop.
Yeah, I did. I just put it back there. Yeah.
Okay. I was reading this Reddit. There's so much ridiculous.
There's so much on
So
Reddit,
much.
right? It's like
Yeah, it's just a bunch of stuff that's like crazy, to be
you
honest
have
with
to
you.
like disseminate like the good from the crazy on Reddit.
All right, here.
Yeah, this is weirder body cam footage. Jonan said it is weirder, this body cam footage, than
Yeah, I mean, it's just weird.
Yeah,
man.
well, the other guy's was facing straight towards the ground, and this guy's is facing like right at them. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Where before
Yeah,
the other this is right on the damn ground.
Yeah, like
What's up, baby doll?
Hey, babe.
What's up?
What you do, love?
Nothing. I was strafing around the streets.
You shooting.
I strafing.
Found us some good stuff, huh?
I tried. Look, I went to Reddit and that airplane.
He kept trying to drop the link and there was nothing there. I'm like, question mark, question mark, question mark. Where's the link?
I dropped
Tim,
it.
you were supposed to verify it and see if it was real.
I was trying to. I just dropped the link to tell what it was, and I wrote it down. But I can't really verify while I'm on air. You know what I mean? I can't really do that.
Why can't you?
Yeah.
I don't know how. To be honest with you, I mean, like, you want to be
Superman.
I know. I was expecting you to be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, like, realistically, I'm not gonna lie and say, yeah, I could verify airplane routes and all that stuff. Like, I'm just a normal person. Like,
I mean,
I'm not
it
an air
looks-
traffic control person.
He should be getting
looks-
here about soon. If he left at like 6 a.m., they started it. Maybe he like
I
left
think,
at 8-ish.
Yeah, he probably is already in the air by now, already landed.
Yeah, it looks legit. You can never really tell with these
Reddit.
Yeah, with the way people make shit up, and I mean, it'll look real as hell and be completely false. So,
Oh yeah, last night they were tracking a plane too, like on Facebook, and it was just because it said like I don't know, like the initials could have like alluded to another prisoner transfer plane that they use, but it didn't,
Right.
obviously,
well,
but they were like,
the one I found where the plane was circling his house right before they busted in, that one seems legit because
Yeah.
I mean, it just goes and goes and goes for 2 hours, and it shows the timeline. So that
That's
one seems
crazy.
legit, but that doesn't mean. Hubby said that's probably the CIA. Does CIA use planes?
Sure.
Well, I'm not mentioning that.
Or the FBI?
Oh, Tim can't comment on that
I can't comment on that one. I don't want to get certain 3-letter.
He's gonna lose his job.
Like, no, I just don't want to. I'm joking. I think
You just never know, though. You never know.
You never
I don't
know.
think-
Yeah.
I mean, like, I really think like the first stop was weird. The second stop is weird. I think it's.
I think it's really fucking weird how he is leaned into that vehicle. That is a no-no.
Yeah, because like you're by yourself. You don't have a partner on the other side, and you're like literally leaning inside the car, like you're looking for something. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me, and that's just pure speculation. I'm sure people will, I mean, they're going to make their comment. I don't know why, but it's just weird.
I think so too. I think it's very weird.
If it's flying 24,000 feet, last I checked, it was somewhere between Ohio Valley and going to make stop fuel halfway. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think like pretty much like this is what's this one says, anxiety grows after Pullman shooting. Pullman is not a good place to live, man. I don't know.
Right? I know.
Oh my God.
Did you hear his dad say how horrible it was? What did he say? What was the word he used?
It's hard to tell what the guy said.
About the shooting, you mean? Yeah.
He was like,
about
because you're at a university, he was like, it's horrible. And it was like, ooh, dude. This didn't age well.
That didn't age well at all, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't mention about the four, like, the Idaho.
Yeah.
I know.
That would have been awkward, huh?
Probably because they didn't want to mention that, particularly with him around, maybe. speculation,
they didn't know. Yes.
tinfoil hat theory going on, you know. But that was just the, you know.
I feel like if anyone, the sheriff, that black SUV would have, I don't know, known. Maybe the second guy, who knows? But Sleuth Mom said that it was just they put out that press release, Indiana Police Department, that they had no idea when they pulled him over. So
the plane is back in the air now. Okay, we need the guy. We need the guy who's tracking Elon Musk's plane here. We need him. We got to get that guy on here to track this plane down. That was a joke, by the way.
I think Reddit has like live feed. That's what I think Queen was trying to get you.
Yeah, of course it has live feed. Of course.
We could track planes. You know, it's not so crazy.
I mean, like realistically, does it really matter that it's in the air? It's not like he's going to do like a fucking Con Air where he's going to break out of the plane.
I don't think he'll be in court today. Yeah, I don't think he'll go to court today. Maybe.
Probably tomorrow if they got him in the air now.
I hope
so. It'd be awesome if he did, though.
What, the Con Air?
If
they had him in court today.
I mean, I would like that, but I doubt it because they're going to have to land.
Yeah.
They're going to have to put him in
People
jail.
Are trying to say that he's there already, according to VineLink. I just pulled VineLink up, and he is pending in Idaho's system, but once he is there, it'll say in custody. Right now it says that his disposition is inactive and his case status is pending. He got entered into their system on December 29th whenever the arrest warrant was filed.
Oh, wow.
So, just so you guys know how that works.
So did y'all determine if you think that the probable cause affidavit will be under the gag order?
I think it's speculation at this time. I don't know if they're going to release it. I don't know what the Idaho law is. I don't know if the Idaho...
I think they will. I think the prosecutor already said that it was going to be released. I feel like they can't not release something. It could be like heavily redacted, but they're going to have to like explain a little bit to the public why they arrested this guy, I think, or else it's going to create like, I think, more problems and a void, and then that information would be filled with like too much speculation. That's just my opinion though. Who knows? They can 100% like seal it, but we'll have to wait and see.
I'll be honestly shocked. I mean, I know that they're sealing it right now. The gag order is there right now for leading up to everything until he gets there. He sees the documents. They do their little hearing thing and all that stuff. But as far as like showing us stuff, if you look at like I bring up the Valo Daybell case a lot because there's a gag order in that case. And look how many of the documents that we have seen. Like we know everything. We know everything that happened to those poor kids. And that one's under a gag order too. So
yeah.
Also, I wanted to tell you guys too that they're hold on one second. I got a screenshot and my phone just died. So give me a second. Let me get it back on, then I'll tell you. But actually, the gag order does not apply to the police or the arresting affidavit or whatever.
Oh, good.
Good.
So we're going to be able to see that.
Again, we're not owed that, but I'm glad that they're letting us have it. You know, we're not owed anything.
Well, honestly, though, that opens it up for the family, too, because with gag orders, they would have been in the dark just as much. And I know that Kaylee's family, especially, like, they're not going to settle for not knowing anything.
For not knowing anything. Exactly. They need, I feel like there's a certain, because of this case, there's a certain amount that they should just release to, like, calm people's, you know, like, do they have the right guy, you know, kind of thing. So it makes sense. But once he sees it, then does he have to appear in court first? Because he's going to see it right away. Can he see it as soon as he gets there? Or does he have to go to court to
I would think
that document?
I would think whoever's representing them would meet up with them and let them, you know.
Then after his first court appearance, it's unsealed? Or is it unsealed after he's booked? And, you know, does anybody know that? Does he have to go to court for that to be unsealed? Like, does he have to be the first?
They'll arraign him in court and read him his charges formally. And then from there, we should see it right after the arraignment.
Yeah. That's what I was figuring. Mm-hmm.
They released his attorney's name. Did anybody look into her yet?
Oh, Ann Taylor. I have some stuff on her. I looked on Twitter. She's like the head public defender.
Yeah, I
Did
was
you
gonna
see
say,
it for
fill
real?
us in, girl. Fill us in, girl.
Is she like supposedly really good, or is he getting like?
I don't know. She's like
It's
the
such a
lead
small
public
area.
defender. So, and there's like some information. Was reading some information on her, but she, I don't know if she'll represent him or she'll like what the lead public defender does. Will she allocate it? Will she be part of the team? I don't know. I feel like, will he get another lawyer? It's hard to tell, you know? I'm sure he can't
If they go
afford.
for the death penalty, he has to have 2 lawyers on team. I do know that much.
Oh,
I'm
interesting. So
sure
maybe
everybody in
she
chat
would
saying that she is
serve
really
lead.
good.
Yeah, her name is Anne, like Anne, I think. Yeah, somebody's saying that death penalty public defenders are usually really good.
Yeah, they keep saying that they are tracking this flight, but look at this shit. When I just flip the screen, when I just flip the screen over, you guys ain't even gonna believe this shit. Look at this.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Are we being invaded or something? Like, that's a lot of fucking planes.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
Yeah, look at those. Isn't that crazy?
How did they not crash? I mean, that's so
What
crazy.
the heck? Yeah, I don't even know. I was like, what the heck is that? Look at that shit.
So crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa, man, look at that shit. I don't even know how in the hell they would even do this. I don't even know what all these fucking buttons are. Look, I just want to start pushing shit.
All right, this will be very easy. Like I like how like Jones was like, make sure you can verify it online, and it just comes up like this. Like, holy shit!
Because you're so smart, I figured you could.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No
You have
way.
way too much
How
faith
the
in
hell-
BTM.
Way too much faith. Like the faith is like should not be there.
BTM, what do you think about the fact that one psychologist said that if Brian eats bacon, he's pretty much already a cannibal?
What? Who said that?
You didn't see that? Oh my god!
I saw that.
I
Oh
gotta
my
find it
god!
again.
I
Some
couldn't even watch
psychologist
it.
said that in her mind that people who eat bacon are only one step away, basically, from being cannibals, and I was like, oh, I bet you. I wonder if that's what B. Tim thinks about it.
No, I think that's pretty fucking lunatic. Who would think to say that? Oh my god, that person must be crazy. Like they oh my god. Like what channel did she was this Court TV? I can only think
for it. I'm looking for it.
I can
There was
only
a
think like
video that popped up. I saw that.
Yeah, I can only think like Court TV.
Taylor, right? This is her. So bam, baby, right here.
Well, we can only see her
on
forehead.
It. We are fucking on it. You heard it first here, okay? With us.
Yeah.
Tim,
yeah, but we only see
Jones in. Look at us here. We're you heard it first here. We're on it.
Yeah.
Hear that, JLR?
Wait a minute. Are you behind a bush, Queen? If you're not behind a bush, it doesn't count.
JLR was at an airfield today. Did you?
Oh my god! I cracked up. I was like, "Oh my gosh!" You know how he's like, "Where am I at today?" I'm at.
Okay. Brian Colbert battled cannibalistic urges, forensic psychologist. This is an article.
Oh god!
From Newsweek.
From vegan to cannibal.
I didn't know if that's why you don't eat meat, Tim, because of your cannibalistic urges. If that's like a thing for vegans.
Maybe, I don't know. Let's find out. The man
Uh-oh.
charged in connection with the slaying of the University of Idaho students battled with cannibalistic urges, a forensic psychologist told Newsweek. Brian Kohlberger, a 20-year-old PhD student and teaching assistant in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology in Washington State University, was arrested at his parents' home in Brightville, Pennsylvania on Friday, authorities said. Kohlberger is accused. Okay, I don't need that stuff. I need to actually get to the meat and potatoes of this. Okay. Forensic psychiatrist Carol Lieberman told Newsweek that Kohlberger's reported, quote, obsessive compulsive eating habits, end quote, indicates he was afraid he would become addicted to meat if he ate it. I don't think it's an addiction to eat meat, but anywho, quote, he was not only vegan, he refused to eat off pots or plates that had meat on them. Psychologically, this represents his struggle against cannibalistic urges, end quote, she said. He was afraid that if he let himself go to taste meat once, he would become addicted to it, like he had become to heroin, and start killing and eating people. A relative told the Newsweek Post last week that Kohlberger's dietary restrictions were very, quote, very, very weird, end quote, and that he seemed, quote, very OCD, end quote, referring to the obsessive compulsive disorder. The woman who asked not to be named but said she was previously married into Kohlberger's family said, quote, it was above and being vegan. I think she wrote that wrong. I think it's supposed to be above and beyond being vegan. Quote, his aunt and uncle had to buy new pots and pans because he would not eat from anything that had ever had meat cooked on it. Casey Ants, who was friends with Kohlberger in the middle of high school, said a video posted on TikTok that he had been, quote, a heavy heroin user, end quote, in high school. Kohlberger struggled with drug addiction, continued into college years. A friend from Northampton Community College told Fox News. Kohlberger has been held. Okay, don't need that. Attorney Monroe, don't need that. Kohlberger family release statement, don't need that. We will continue. They have cooperate. Okay, don't need that. So basically, who is this woman that is basically claiming that if people who, like, he's fighting his psychological urge to murder, like to eat people? Who is the psychiatrist, forensic psychologist Carol Lieberman?
You know, I'm not sure, but I was like, I read that and I was like, are you kidding me right now? Because I'm pretty sure that people who are vegans, I mean, this is just me guessing, probably don't have cannibalistic urges, but I could be wrong. I mean, I only know beat him, so.
Listen, I mean, it's like the Wendigo. It's like the Wendigo. As soon as you eat meat, you become a Wendigo, I guess. I don't know. She has her own Wikipedia page. Let me see. And she has her own website. Okay, so maybe this is her. Carol Lieberman is an American medical doctor, psychologist, and author who has provided expert witness testimony for cases that have included the murder of Scott Amador. She gained attention in 2011 due to comments she made suggesting video games cause aggression and lead to sexual assault or essay. Sorry about that. Yeah, so she's one of those people. Okay. Let me see. Okay, whenever I go to her, it says you're connected. Okay, that's weird. For some reason, I cannot go to her page without looking like I'm going to get hacked. I don't know why. Okay, so this is actually, I think this is her. Carol Lieberman, MD, the doctor who helps you stay sane in an insane world. Dr. Carol Lieberman's multi-dimensional character as an international renowned media psychiatrist is always leading edge on TV, radio, and internet, film, print, and speaker as a first shrink on board, online, in-flight. There's a lot. There's a lot about this woman. I think she's just basically like, well, stop fronting, B. Tim. You know the truth. That's a lie. You people are liars.
I was going to say, Captain said earlier, don't B. Tim really thinks that way. Don't let him lie. He told me he totally agrees.
Yeah, don't give her publicity. I'm not giving it. Well, we're making fun of her. I don't think anyone's going to take her advice seriously in this chat or any chat.
Everybody who eats bacon is just one step away from eating somebody's
I
face like
I didn't
Brad
know
Burton
I didn't
described.
know that I was surrounded by so many cannibals in this chat. I mean, like all of you bacon eaters. Oh my god, you monsters. Oh my god. It's like I like how she says like food is an addiction. I'm like, I don't think people eating meat is an addiction. I think it's an essential thing to eat food. I think addictions would be more like, drugs or something like that, coffee or things like that. What kind of video games lead to SA? Maybe she was the one of the people that didn't like Grand Theft Auto. I don't know. Maybe she thought like the early 2013 Grand Theft Auto was some sort of horrible thing that will lead you to criminal behavior.
Sorry, no, this is not her on the screen. This is actually the attorney. We were
Yeah, that's
totally
the
getting ready
attorney.
to talk about the attorney, and I threw it completely off because of
Yeah,
B10's
this
obsession
is
with bacon.
yeah, no, it's not no exception. This is let me see. Yeah, this is what is this, the public defender, or is this the prosecutor? Ann Tyler, right? Lou?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
She's the public defender, the defender. The
Okay, she's
prosecutor is that guy
she's
at the
she's not the wackadoo. She's not the wackadoo doctor that believes eating bacon is the reason. Like he's hurting himself.
No. She is going to be either his public defender or on his team, or she's going to allocate who his public defender becomes.
I mean, there are addictions to food. Yeah, you could have an addiction, but I would think that, not to, like, you don't become a cannibal because...
Yeah, that's like one extreme to the opposite, right? From veganism, it's just
like
the other
this guy had no indication of cannibalistic urges. I don't even think any of the body, like those on the bodies. She just made that statement so she can make like
Excuse me, sir. Do you have a degree? Because she does.
That's true.
So...
That's true. I gotta print out my degree from. I gotta make a fake degree to be able to like. But yeah, it's. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so weird. Like, how did you find that? Like, who is this? How did you find that? Like, I never even heard of that.
B10, I find everything
on my feed. It was like in my algorithm that somebody was doing a video about that. I just saw I couldn't watch it, but I saw the title of it. I was like, oh gosh.
I don't know if was he diagnosed with OCD. I don't know, but this lady's claiming that he's diagnosed with OCD. So I don't know. I don't have a degree. So, do you work from home, B10? I cannot answer that question.
Top secret.
Top secret. Do not want to be doxxed with work with certain people. If he was OCD, his car would be clean. Well, his inside of his car was clean, probably just
Very
like everyone.
clean.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like a lot of people mentioned, he was driving from multiple states through a highway with all the salt and stuff. So I doubt he could clean the car while he's in the drive. So,
Yeah, white
to be
cars,
fair.
yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, is there anything else? Like, is there anything else anyone knows about this case? And that's a no.
Crickets.
Like absolute crickets. No, this is not my job, guys. No, this is not the job.
B10 has probably been at work for 3/4 of this live stream.
Exactly.
No, actually, I do a little work at home, and it's just like certain paperwork I look through while doing this. So, the real work is not at home. Let's just say that much. The real work, I would not even be able to use my fingers.
Ooh, interesting.
Yep.
That's horrible. If you
Let me put that
stop
on my
and think about what you
clue
just said,
list
B10.
of Tim's job description. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah. That's how I feel. I'm definitely going to have to look at their interview. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see a psychological, like some sort of a psychologist go through. But good luck with that one. Oh, you got a message, QueenBee says, good luck. So glad I found the hive. So that's good.
Very nice.
It's very nice.
All right, guys, I'm going to skedaddle. So
all right, skedaddle.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks for having me up, Queen. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, baby. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, I might skedaddle too, Queen. I gotta start getting things ready. It's good talking to you, Queen. And Ellie, I think Jones is gone.
Yes, thank you for coming up. I was gonna say we've been up here about 3
Yeah.
hours too, so I gotta get stuff done myself,
me
love.
too.
All right.
But thank you guys
It's
for
all
hanging out.
skedaddle.
I
I
appreciate it.
appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
Thank,
Bye.
thank you so much.
We'll talk to you later, love.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
Jones, and you still up here, baby? Are you still up here, love? Or is your internet not working right? I wanted to know about these flights before I get up here. Because that shit was crazy. There was a whole bunch of them. Burden, you want to come up here before I get ready to go? You want to come up here and chat about it? Or you said if you are just talking about things, what are your thoughts on the neighbor who Plunder showed on the body cam footage? I didn't see it. I didn't see what she showed on the body cam footage. Let me go look real quick. Hold on. You coming up, Burden? Let me see. I'll put this on there. Oh, you said chair. Hold on, baby. I'll go check it now. Follow the grain. Hey, love. What's up, girl?
Hey, how are you today?
What's up, baby? I just went ahead and pulled this up to you real quick. Let me see. He appeared left-handed. Okay, follow the grain. She said he appeared left-handed to me, or he's hiding his right arm and hand. Is that in the video, you mean? Is that what you're talking about, love, in the video? Anyhow, though, I got this pulled up. Which one is it, baby?
Body cam video.
Right here, 9/1/2020, or is it this one here, like the third one over? Or is it
It
this?
might be the house of the neighbor one.
The house with the neighbor.
Down one.
Over here. Body cam right here with the neighbor.
Body cam with the neighbor.
Is that one here, right here? Moscow, I found my underwear shoved right there. Body cam video.
Yes.
With the, what? I found my underwear shoved right there. What is she talking about?
Yeah, so some people think that this is connected. I don't know, but it's the neighbor, and you could see the house of the victims from her car talking to the police. But basically, it seems as though somebody maybe tried to steal the car, and so basically they took everything out of her car that was personal to her and stuck it in a suitcase that she had, and then put it in the road, the suitcase with her belongings in the road. And they found like an area popped off under the dashboard where all the fuses were to maybe look like they were going to try to steal it. But they specifically pulled her underwear out of that suitcase, and instead of leaving it with the paperwork and stuff, they stuffed it into the cup holder area there, as if they were like going to take the underwear with them, maybe, possibly, is what they were thinking. But
weirdos. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
unpredictable shenanigans. Just, I love your name. Should her car got broke into and they stashed her undies in the cup holder? What the fuck?
Yeah. And then they took all her personal stuff, put it in a suitcase, and put it out on the road. And there's a footprint from somebody's shoe stepping on the driver's side seat. You could see a footprint on it that the police were like matching up just for future reference, I guess, if they were to catch somebody, maybe compare shoes. But
wow.
Right. And the girl claimed that she was out the night before around 9ish and went to get something from her car, and that she heard a sound, and she pointed towards the victim's home and said she heard some creepy like voice, someone talking something that scared her, that it sounded odd and scared her. And I don't know if it's related. I'm not sure. I mean, some people are trying to say yes because they think the underwear, that it's S motivated, and I don't know, because the police have said that the Idaho case with the 4 victims doesn't appear to be motivated that way. So for me, I've personally kind of been like, I don't know. I mean, it is straight, and they had no cameras at that time. The girl ended up buying a camera then. See how close? See the house?
Yeah, that's their house right up there, right? This one
Yeah.
here. So yeah, that is very odd. Very odd. But it's almost like the dog and the rabbit. Like they you know what I mean? They keep saying that's not related. It's not related. You know what I'm saying? And I want to trust what they're saying, but it's very fucking odd. You know what I mean? Like what if he was, what if he was going on these 8-mile runs, or, on these different runs when his buddy couldn't go with him, or the neighbor couldn't go with him, and doing weird stuff. But I don't think he would do shit like that or take the chance to get caught doing something like that.
Right. Yeah, that's, some people are thinking, like, it is strange that all these things are happening so close by. And so maybe, but I don't know. I struggle with it.
It's like the murders that happened to the husband and the wife, and then the other lady they were all killed in their sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And, they still have nobody's been caught for that or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there's been no arrest made in any of it. The dog and the rabbit happening. Then there was the guy that was in the park swinging the knife around or whatever, which they have made contact with him, and he has been cooperative. So all those things, and now like the breaking in the car with the panties being stashed in the cup holder, like what? It's all fucking weird. You know what I'm saying? And it may not be related, but it's like, what the hell's going on in this fucking town?
Did I see the calls of all the prowlers within a few minutes walking distance from his? No, I didn't see that, but that's interesting. And I don't know. Because again, it could be related. I'm not going to rule anything out. I was talking to somebody about this earlier, and they do think it's related, and they think that a dog is related. And I was like, yeah, but the police said it's not. And they're like, no, I think it's related because that just, and I'm like, I get it. But I can't, for me personally, I can't. A lot of crime happens in a city. Pick a city. There's a ton of crime that will happen, and it's normally not just one person that does it. So I'm trying to give a benefit of the doubt that not all of the things that happen are connected to him, but they believe it could have been a lead up. It could have been just the beginning, and this is his slow move in to ultimately what he ended up doing. I was like, well, possibly. Killers get adrenaline rush from doing something. Yeah.
Yeah, see, there's so many different weird things that are going on that's like, what did you?
And I don't know.
Go ahead, Ani. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, she said she was gonna put out more footage. I don't know. I didn't look to see if she had that. One of those videos could have been more that she said she had gotten, because what she did was request the neighborhood, any body camera footage from, or pictures from that neighborhood area to see what was happening. And I guess she had other stuff too that she said she would be putting out, but I personally did not see if she did or not.
Yeah, there's lots of weird things happening in this small little town. I haven't seen, like I said, I haven't really seen it. I mean, we can go back and look. We can always go back and look to see. This is like a 40-minute video. So, it's got the traffic stops in it too. Or no, this is who is this? The neighbor girl telling about what happened?
Yeah, she right there. Yeah, you'll see. Well, once now they'll tell the police. She
Right
tells
here.
them what happened.
That's odd. Because
Pull
we've been
back a
having
little
those
bit.
vehicle thefts.
She had just explained it, and that just back a little bit.
Hey, did you bring my suitcase up? And she's like, yeah, I was in.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's right here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi there.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Okay, so this morning I just got
Good.
home from Boise yesterday. And this morning I walked upstairs and my suitcase was inside, but I remembered leaving it in my car.
Copy.
I was asked my roommate to just open the door. I was like, hey, did you bring my suitcase up? And she's like, yeah, it was in the middle of the road. And I was like, that's weird.
Oh, your suitcase was in the middle of the road?
Yeah, it was back over here, and I had it in the back of my car.
Oh, interesting.
I was like, maybe I forgot and just left it out. And
right.
So then I take it inside, and I open it, and all the stuff that I had. Oh, I locked it. I should have my keys. But all the stuff I had up here, all my pay stubs, the stuff I had in the center console, my sunglasses I was literally wearing yesterday were all shoved inside my suitcase, and it was zipped back up. And
so everything that you had in your front seat was now in your suitcase?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's a shoe print over here, and then there's my fuse box under my steering wheel is opened. I'll go get my keys. I just left it
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Why are they trying to steal it? Why would you open the fuse box? Hot wire? I don't know.
I don't know.
That's odd. Because we've been having those vehicle thefts. Well, there's obviously no way you wouldn't pull prints off this anyways.
Not see any cameras.
No, there's no cameras here.
No, but if you turn the camera around, isn't that Jack's house? Pretty sure that's where they take the picture at by that window, ain't it?
Yeah, it should be right.
If you look, yeah. Let me turn the volume down. I'll rewind it real quick. I think you can see it while we're talking. I'll play it real fast. But anyhow, I think you can see it when he turns around. Right there. Where you know what I mean? He turns around a little bit more. Let's see if we can find it. Because let me see here. Right there. Isn't that it? Right there.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder, here's my thing. I don't know what angle she put her camera once she got it, because this happened before the murders happened. And so I don't know which angle she put it, but I'm really curious because they said that basically nobody in that area had cameras at this point in time. And then she had just purchased some. And so I really am curious, if what they caught, could that have been the camera that even caught the car? Or I don't know. I'm just kind of curious of what it, if it was even aiming that way.
Yeah, because I was going to say they didn't say anything. I know that they said they seen the car in Pullman pretty sure they seen it on the gas station in Pullman at the CCTV footage there. Yeah. See, this is craziness right here. But see, with his house being right there, his place being right there, I didn't know if,
Yeah, it's pretty strange. And I mean, they did say that there's been a lot of car theft lately. Maybe. March 2nd. It sounds right. It was earlier in the year that this occurrence happened. And then I don't remember the date. Does anybody remember the date of the dog? Because I personally do not remember that off the top of my head. But yeah, that was a discussion I was having with someone earlier, because I was like, maybe related. But they're pretty positive. The person I talked to, they're like, "Oh, it's definitely related."
Okay, hold on. Here's the little layout. I always reference back to this, and it's got on here the dog. Let's see. Reports of the skin dog are unrelated to this crime, and here is the news article, and it says 11/22/2022. So, do you want me to put it on, or
Yeah, if you click it, it should say the date. I would assume it would say the date that it occurred, that they found the dog, because I think that's just when they put it out, the report.
let's see here. Well, when you click on it, it comes to this. You know what I'm saying? It goes to the press release here, and then let's see. Investigators have looked extensively into information they received about Kaylee Goncalves having a stalker. They have pursued hundreds of pieces of information. Let's see. Would it be this one here? No, that's information. Original information. Okay, let's see if we can find this dog stuff here. Let's see. No, I'm not. This is the original information from the call. This has nothing to do with that dog.
October 21st is
Was
what I
it?
just.
Article?
Yeah,
All right.
I'm pretty sure. I just searched it. I have a million tabs open, so I lost it, but give me a second and I will get back to it.
No, you're fine, baby.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I
got a bunch of tabs open myself. I got all kinds of stuff over here.
It's ridiculous. Okay, here we go. So
I still have this tab open here too with all these different press conferences here with all the different
okay, I could get to it if it. There we go. It says the Moscow Police Department said Monday that a dog found skinned head to tail on October 21st is unrelated to the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students 3 weeks later. So October 21st. So March was the body camera of the neighbor with the car in the underwear, and then there's a pretty big jump to get to October, but then the incident October.
Yeah.
I don't know. With me personally, I stick with just whatever the police are saying. I'm gonna go with, because I know they have the evidence that we can't see. They know so much more. They've done all the interviews, so I just try to go with there's got to be a reason that we aren't aware of that they are sure they are not related. I don't know what, but yeah. Even though if it did come out, it would not surprise me. If they kind of changed and any of this stuff was related, I would not be surprised.
Well, yeah, and that's what I said too. I was like, wow. Well, they keep saying it's not related, but if it ever came out that it was, it wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't be shocked. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly. Because it does fall in that same lane. I mean, there does tend to be people that go on to do killings later in life. A lot of them have done some pretty horrific things to animals. Even if it wasn't fully taking their life, they will have been found out that they were really extremely abusive to the animals. All animals didn't have compassion or care, any feeling toward an animal, that they were just very abusive. It kind of falls with that lack of empathy, that it doesn't exist with them.
Okay, and then this is, I was going to pop this up too before we get off here. So it just says about the gag order. The Idaho judge in the Brian Kober case has issued a gag order. The order, which was agreed to by both parties, refers to communication to the public media by investigators, law enforcement, personal attorneys, and agents of the prosecuting attorney or defense attorney concerning the case. Public statements are prohibited. Note, the gag order does not affect the release of the probable cause affidavit.
I had posted this and many people were very upset, and I have a different opinion on that. I actually think that it's really good because I care about there being a conviction in the end. And it's kind of got like, I've gotten really frustrated with how much people want given out. They want so much and I get it. I get the curiosity on stuff, but I care about a conviction. And so, yeah, so many people were angry and they were like, great, of course that's what happened. This is our government. Good job. Like, they were very angry about it. I think it's good news personally. I think it's fantastic and it's the best thing for the case. But
well, yeah, the internet can fuck some shit up real quick.
Yeah.
We've seen it happen, so it's a good thing. But I mean, I'm glad that the probable cause affidavit is going to be released too. I'm glad it's, I'm happy that there's a gag order for the families, because I know they want justice and I get that. You know what I mean? I totally understand that. But, we're all nosy too. So we want to know what's going on,
Exactly.
The police affidavit, I'm glad that's, I'm glad too, but I do want to know what's going on as well. So,
yeah, I think everybody pretty consistent across. We're ready to see what's in that, what the details are, what was the probable cause, what's the connection,
right,
or at least part of it. And I hope people keep in mind that that's not all of it. Once we do receive it, that's not everything they have. So I'm just worried that some people will be like, oh, well, it's that and that, but because I've heard a lot of people already trying to bring a defense. They're already trying to find any loopholes, any way that he could squeak through the crack and somehow get off on all this, and that they don't know if their case is going to be strong enough. And I'm like, well, the fact that if it's in fact him, the fact they tracked him down, they're doing some hard work, and so I want to give them a little credit. I feel a lot of people have discredited the police in this case, and I don't know. I feel like they've got a lot. At least
they've done a great job. I really do. Mm-hmm. I know everybody said that they were taking forever and it was taking so long. And I know that Steve was very upset and he was but I feel like he was mourning, and you know what I mean? Like it's tough, And somebody sent these, and then I seen that Ellie sent them as well. I'm going to put these up too before we get off of here. It's pictures of them when they were little.
Oh my goodness, that's so cute.
Yeah, this is, I believe, Kaylee, Xana, Maddie.
It shows their little personality. How cute.
I know. I loved them. I'm like, aww, Ethan.
Aww. Oh, I love those. They're so cute.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool. I seen them. I was like, oh, that just, it's even more heartbreaking for their families,
Yeah. It really is. It's really
that's how they remember them, that's how they remember their kids, even though they're in high school and college and they, they go away for college, you always remember them as your baby, they're always your baby.
Yeah. I have another question for you.
What,
have you looked at or compared at all the man walking across at the one visual that they had, that's been being compared? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it is. I don't know though. You know, it could be, but I don't know. Did you think it looked like him?
I don't know. There was parts of me that were like, no, but the person is tall. They're definitely tall, and I don't know. They look quite thin in that one. There's enough similarity to at least question it, but I can't be certain either. I
Right.
really can't. And you can't tell by the walk, unfortunately, because of the fact that he was shackled, so you couldn't see his actual walk. And I was like, oh, come on, you know. But you don't
Well,
think it is.
a lot of people were saying that he was chubby, and I mean, I guess you can. I mean, you can kind of see it with the shirt being big, but I think he was skinny, especially being vegan. I don't. I mean, he didn't look like he was like chubby around the waist when they were talking about him being bigger, and I was like, well, I don't see it. I think it's just maybe like the vest underneath of there, or you know what I mean, because he had to wear a protective vest under his shirt.
Yeah, his arms. I thought his arms looked pretty thin.
I did too. Yeah, I did
Yeah.
too.
And then also the other thing I saw were people talking about that he had a cut, that they believed it was a cut on his forehead up by his hairline. And I'm here to say that's not a cut. It's a curl. It's a curl in
Yeah,
his hair.
I was gonna say I didn't see any cut. It didn't look like a cut to me. I mean, I'm sure people did say that too, though.
Yeah. I've just been seeing so many things that I'm like, wait, no, guys, what's going on? And then they said it's because the police had to use force, and it's just the way the picture angle was, where they cut off his top of his head. But yeah, it's definitely just a curl.
Yeah, because I didn't see any cuts. But then again, he had 6 weeks to heal too. You know what I'm saying? And so these
Mhm.
murder and they happened 5-6 weeks ago. So he's had time to heal. Any scratches, any bruises, anything like that he's had time to heal. Like he's
That's
and
something
I feel horrible for his. I mean, look at his parents were. I mean, it was awful for them. They said that they're getting death threats and receiving all kinds of hate mail and emails and phone calls, and it's just. I guess they were escorted out by the police officer. He was walking the dad, Brian's dad and his mom to the car. So
Yeah, I saw them right here when they were going in, and I saw them coming with the guns behind them, and I was like, wow. I mean, good. It's good. It's good. Because again, people can take things way too far, and we have no idea that whether the parents knew anything at all. You got to
right.
realize how shocked they must have been, especially since they surrounded the house and then made an announcement, your home is surrounded, and then ultimately broke the door to get in. I mean, it had to have been traumatizing for those parents. Like, what is happening? What's going on? And then you're accusing my son of that. And so, yeah.
Well, they're not used to their door being kicked in and flashbangs and raids and shit like that. They're not used to that.
Yeah, no, especially in their gated community. I mean, that had to have been shocking for them, especially they were, I'm sure, sleeping. Yeah, and then to have people making threats, and it's too much, too
Oh,
far.
and embarrassing. I'm sure they were embarrassed all to hell, like his sister as well. Like I just.
Yeah, I'd seen one of them. I had shut down her Facebook, and I was like, it's too bad that you've got to do that now. They shouldn't have to do that, but I can totally see why.
Kaylee's dad, he did too. I don't blame him. I don't.
Right.
I was sent this early this morning, and then I seen Brian Enton's his post or whatever, the one that I think it's this one here. Yeah. So they said he'd be getting there about 2 to 3 o'clock. So I don't know if it's if that's now or I'm not sure. But this is another picture I was sent this morning. And that's where they were trying to argue with me about him being big. And I said, well, that's a vest underneath of his shirt. I don't think that's his stomach or in any way like he's that big. No.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's definitely not his body right there, underneath the shirt.
Hell no.
Mm-mm.
What do you think about this?
Mm.
Straight fake? You think it's just bullshit or?
Probably, but I don't rule anything completely out until I'm like, okay, there's proof that this is absolutely bogus, and so I could look further into it. I haven't looked and dug into it. I know that some of the statements that were made on Reddit, there were 2 statements made on Reddit that went back to like an account that was BK with some numbers, which happens to be the same address he used for his schooling. And so I did have somebody that is in my community that ended up finding that link and was like, well, I don't know. I mean, the person's name is the same thing as his address. And I was like, oh boy. So that gives a little bit more leaning in the direction that maybe the post was by him. But other than that, like all these other things that keep getting put out, I don't know. I it would not surprise me again if in fact he was going around and trolling all over the place just because of his ego and pride for what he has done. I could see that sick, twisted way that someone would do that. But yeah, I'm just very hesitant to ever say that I think something is, oh yeah, it's definitely, if we don't know yet. Just because there's so many trolls, there's so many people that went out and made like Instagram accounts. Oh my gosh, they announced his name, and then you get on there, and you had to be quick, and you could find out there wasn't like any, and then you look 30 minutes later, and there was multiple accounts that were claiming to be his and following the girls, and it's just annoying. First of all, that people even do that, but yeah, it's hard to believe it. Like it was basically said he had no social media, so I don't know. It's just kind of frustrating, right? Trying to weed through what's legit and what's not.
Well, yeah, and then people making up these fake ass accounts and all that shit. I think they should be responsible for that shit. Held responsible for making up them fake, making up fake accounts and trying to be him and just saying stupid shit, making up posts that are fake and shit like that,
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. They should be held. It's at this point, like, I don't know. It's not, the police aren't, they can figure out whether it's true or not. But the fact that you're even wasting their time because they have to go in and rule out whether or not this is legit, is this connected in any way, it's obnoxious that you're taking up their time. This
Right.
is serious. Like this is real serious, and they've got ultimately a conviction that they're trying to seal. They're trying to make sure that they nail this guy down. And you got people that are, I don't know if they just want attention or what their purpose is in doing it, but I wish you're right. They should be held accountable.
Well, yeah, when you're and like Joseph, when you put that scream out there and stuff, and then you have the cops, you have people calling in, sending that call in, they have to do extra work trying to figure out where that scream came from, if it's real, if it's fake. It just turns into a fucking disaster, and it takes a bunch of time unnecessarily to handle it. You know what I mean? It's just,
yeah, that one was bad.
Yeah, that was real. That one was really bad. But yeah, that's just, you know what I mean? Situations like that. But
yeah, I agree, and I do think he should be held accountable. I know that because he's in Canada or whatever, it's like he doesn't think it's going to happen, and I don't know if it will or not. But that one was way too far.
Yeah, for sure.
We are all on camera in a small towns. Yeah, it's sad that there aren't many cameras in the area of the house with all the students. They don't have them, and it's really unfortunate. I'm hoping that maybe more have since this happened, but I don't know. But we'll find out. I mean, I would think maybe, I don't know. I knew it was going to happen rapid. I knew they were going to be getting him there as quickly as they possibly could. They weren't going to mess around. And so we'll see, you know, if he's going to get there. They said it. Would you say 2:30? Which might be.
Well, that's what that's what was said. I don't know if that's true or not, but that, that supposedly he was supposed to be landing between 2 and 3. But I don't know what, they're not going to announce that. So
There has been some, there's a thread, I don't know where it is, where they have been tracking the plane that they did end up basically process of elimination, at least what they believe. Again,
that's what
that they found out.
That's what Johnson was trying to come up, and she was trying to send the link to be Tim so he could check it out, and then she was going to send it over to me. When he kept trying to tell me it was here, it was in the back chat. It wasn't copying over. So I was like, "What the hell are you sending me?"
Oh, really? See, I wonder.
Yeah, he's like, "It's Jones, and she sent you the link." I was like, "No, I don't have it." It was a disaster, but we got it. But when it pulled up, there was so many different airlines. It's ridiculous. You can't even. I don't even know how the hell they're even tracking it, to be honest.
Yeah, because that would definitely 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Yeah, it's only the one Reddit flight. This one might do it too.
Well, it doesn't take that long to fly either, so.
Yeah. Okay, so it's, yeah, I think I'd seen you pull this up. And was it through Reddit, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I see it. It's a lot of comments on here.
Yeah.
5 minutes ago, it says, they're talking about the Facebook Marketplace, actually, is what they're talking about on this one.
Yes, I was like, well, and then we were talking like, I'm sure this is probably not true, but I guess we won't know until it comes out, but doesn't seem to be true,
Yeah. We'll keep an eye and see, but I don't know. It could happen today, but if not, I would say by tomorrow that it should be unsealed.
Well,
do I think it's legit? Maybe. I know that somebody had sent me actually the same number of what that flight is just prior, and then that came out, and I believe it matched the number of it, the flight number or plane or whatever it was on it. So it's possible that they've got the right one.
Yes, and I was like, I wonder how they're figuring this shit out, because normally they don't make an announcement and they don't tell you when he's going, and you know what I mean? Like normally it does not take that long to take a flight. You know what I mean? It should take maybe an hour or two and he should be there.
Yeah, it should be rather quick. It says
but I know
so much.
It does take a while, so I know that, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he's dealing with that, but like I said, they're not going to announce when he gets there, when he's there, unless somebody calls and they say, yes, he's confirmed to be here, that kind of thing.
Exactly. Or if it shows him checking in, him getting in. So I see, okay, I did just click on one right now that is over, where even is this? It is over Iowa, if this is in fact the right one. So kind of seems like it's taking a long time. But here, I could send this so you see what I'm looking at least. This is the one that they're saying it is, so I'll show you it. If someone would stop sending that. Okay. This is the one that I just clicked that shows it. Here are Is it by chance that I lost sound, or are you just not talking?
Oh, it's muted. I said I'd flip this on. It was muted, but I said where. Okay, so where's the play? Is this right here? Is this the little plane we're following right here, or what?
Yeah, that's what they're. Yep, and that's the path that they're showing that it's been on at this point, where it's showing it's over.
Okay. So when are they supposed to be there then? Do they have it timed out or what?
Let me open it up on mine again and see if what's it say over here on the left. I don't know if it shows the destination.
Ground speed, stuff like that, but it doesn't really say. Let's see, active, accuracy. I mean, it doesn't tell any time that it'll be there. You know what I mean? Like it's, and I don't think it will, but I just was curious, you know?
Yeah, it is interesting. It does show up the number, and then it says that it's the Pennsylvania State Police Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So that's, gives me a little more belief in it. A little more. But yeah, it doesn't have the destination on here. I don't see it anyway. Let me look. Yeah, I don't know. I would not be any good at knowing how long it would take a plane to get from that distance to Idaho. I would not be very good at that. I'm sure somebody would be, but I'm not.
Yeah, I was gonna say somebody will be. I'm not either though, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, I don't know, it seems like it's been a while though. If they left at 6 in the morning and they're only to there, but why go through it? It's not a direct path. I didn't realize that it would take so long. I will say I took a flight, but again, I wasn't arrested and charged with something and being taken by, police. But I went from Arizona to New York, and I did have 2 stops, but even without that, like, it was pretty long. So, I don't know. Right, Pennsylvania is not south of Michigan. Let me see. I mean, it is, but right? Is that what you said?
What, baby? I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. What?
I was reading the comment. It said Pennsylvania is not south of Michigan. But it would have already left Pennsylvania and gone. It'd be going past Michigan. They filed and were granted a special request. Could it be a small plane rather than a commercial? It said that they departed, or at least when he left the facility, I believe it was like 6:18, 19 in the morning. They might have to refuel, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was to say. I guess they could have to ride. I didn't think they'd stop, but I guess they could.
Yeah, I also didn't think about that, but probably that would make sense. I would never have known. Yes, that girl. They are.
Yeah, that girl. They started at like 6 a.m. That's why I said it. I mean, it's already 2 o'clock, and it doesn't take that long. So his ass is already fucking there. They just don't want anybody to know.
Just keep an eye on the documents.
Yeah, girl. Well, if you see, you probably see them before I do. But
yeah, if they pop up, I'll let you know. I'll send it to you, or just give you the heads up, like, hey, they're up.
Yeah, pop. Yeah, I was gonna say pop them over. We'll go live when they drop. So we'll go live and go over them. So. All right, baby. I'll talk to you after a bit. Then I'm gonna take a little nap.
Sounds good. Enjoy your nap. Thanks for having me up.
Yes, thank you, love, for coming up. I've been on here about 3.5 hours. I'm supposed to be getting some stuff done, but Oh, hold on. We got somebody else coming up. I was about to pop off. Here, let me hold on one second. Let me put a little screen cover over here. because I don't know who she is. I mean, I know who she is, but I haven't seen her over here for a while. So, how are you, love? I got the screen over it.
Okay. I actually live in PA.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yes, and he's in my vicinity. I used to work for Monroe County.
Oh, okay. Okay, girl. Okay. Fill us in here. So I thought he was already gone. I thought when
No, he is gone. He did not leave. He did not leave the facility till 6:30 this morning. And by the time they get him to the airport, which is over 2 hours away.
Oh, okay. Okay. So they had to drive then. I didn't know that. I didn't know.
So they have to drive. He's on a private jet. So they have to refuel. Then they have to go through all this rigmarole for safety reasons. So it's going to take a while.
So he probably is not there then.
No, he's not there yet.
Okay. I'm like, yeah, he's already there. He's probably been there and they just don't even want to tell us.
No, he's not there.
So thank you for coming.
There's a camera crew waiting for him there. So believe me, the camera crew probably would have got him. But they might.
I'm sure they're probably waiting to film him.
They might not even catch him there because they probably more than likely will have a car on the tarmac taking him.
Now, see, they're saying jet. Okay, so he is not on a jet. They're saying not even in Des Moines yet.
Mm-hmm. But more than likely, the crew, more than likely, I can't be guaranteed. They probably have a car on the tarmac to take him away, and he won't go through the airport.
Right. I was gonna say they're probably gonna try to protect him as much as possible.
Yeah, because you're putting other people in danger, not just him.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not so much to protect him; you're protecting officers and everything else. So maybe he could be there by now. Yeah. Well,
and I thought, oh God, and I thought he'd already be there because it doesn't take that long.
He very well could be there by now, but it all takes planning. Like they couldn't plan for him to leave yesterday until he signed the documents. Then everything takes a process.
Right.
But they're not going to take him through the airport. They're going to get him on the tarmac with a car and take him. So
okay, Lucille,
it is possible that they will, but highly doubt it. They're going to take him through the airport.
Yeah, that was another thing I was curious about. Would they take? Are they?
Especially they got the heads up that there's people waiting for him.
Right.
Does it happen? Yes, but sometimes it doesn't. They'll take him right from the plane, off the plane, and you know what I mean?
Yep.
It can go two ways. They could take him through the airport, sometimes, it depends because they can, when you get off the plane, there's other exits, emergency exits.
Right.
Take him right from there and out that way.
Well, and I just thought they were going to try to protect his, not protect him so much, but protect the other people that, are around and the officers, the guards, things like that.
Uh-huh. And it
so
might be the state police that are with him and not the marshals, Right.
And I know they try, like I said, I know they try to keep it secret, but the way web sleuthers are, I'm nosy too, so I can't say nothing. But I knew that people would figure out when he left, how he left, where he was going, when he would be there, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But they're not going to walk him all through the airport, I can tell you that.
Well, yeah, that's, I think that'd be a safety.
Safety.
Yeah, for sure.
Because there might be some idiot waiting for him, and then they put other people's lives in danger.
And what do you think about this? You think they got him in the can with the DNA, or do you think it's?
Yeah, well, did you watch Nancy Grace?
No, I did not.
Oh, Nancy Grace was on the other night. It was supposed to be Laura Ingram's show, and she did the thing, and they were talking. They got him through ancestry. The DNA.
Okay, ancestry. See, now we were talking about the DNA stuff the other day. We didn't know that the BTK killer. We didn't know that they got his daughter's or wait, was it which one was it, Burden? Was it BTK or the other one? It was his daughter's pap smear is how they got him.
Yeah, they got him through ancestry, a relative of his, and that's how they
Yeah.
what you call it? That's how they caught him. It wasn't like through the vehicle or anything like that. Mhm. So yeah, he's on a small jet.
Wow. And yeah, see, we got this, we have it pulled up here. Oh, it is. I didn't realize it was moving. Did you guys see it moving? It's like driving it. Like here, I'll put it on. It just started moving as I was watching it.
Yeah.
The little plane or whatever.
Yeah, they did touch down, I think, in Illinois or whatever to refuel.
Yeah, they're over Des Moines right now. It looks like they're flying over Des Moines now. But the little plane moves as you were, when I flipped it back over, the little plane was it was like flying, like it was riding by.
Yeah,
but we're not going to know anything after he gets there. You know what I mean? They have a gag order, so we're not going to know anything until the trial, which probably won't take place for at least another year or two.
Well, did you hear the thing I read, the statement that I was reading off?
No, honey, I just got on.
Oh, okay. Here, I'm going to read it real fast. So, and then you can tell me kind of like what your opinion is on it. It says, let's see here. Legal note, Brian Kohberger case gag order. The Idaho judge in the Brian Kohberger case has issued a gag order. The order, which was agreed to by both parties, refers to communication to the public media by investigators, law enforcement personnel, attorneys, and agents of the prosecuting attorney or defense attorney concerning this case. Public statements are prohibited. And it says, note, the gag order does not affect the release of the probable cause affidavit. So they still will be.
They'll show the affidavit, but anything from here on in after that will not be discussed, which is probably true because it's going to taint for the trial of court of public opinion. And I think that's a good thing. Because everybody will talk about it prior to the trial, and then that's going to taint any, you know what I mean, before the trial.
It could taint the jury pool.
Jury pool, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is true because everybody will turn around and say, he's guilty, he's guilty, he's guilty, which obviously I believe he is, because the DNA, you can't change that, but that's what happens is with any case,
Well, yeah, and that's what I thought. I was like, well, and a lot of people are like, oh, just because it's DNA doesn't mean nothing. And I'm like, yeah, the fuck it does. And
yeah, DNA is everything.
Yeah, I'm like,
but also on the flip side, and I'm not saying he's innocent, but on the flip side, he could have been there, but was he the actual one? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Was there somebody else, but he was at the scene of the crime?
Well, and when he went in, he said,
and when you work for a court and you hear all the evidence, people could leave DNA or have DNA on them, but was he the exact one that did it?
If the DNA was underneath their nails, then they can say
we don't know that.
No, I said if the DNA.
Yes.
But it's just the same as we don't know if there was another person there, because law enforcement to this point has said he is they've got their man, period.
Yeah, well, exactly. But we don't know that yet, because I can tell you a story that there was a case we had one time that this guy's name was ruined and for molestation of his daughter. And then in the court of public opinion, he was guilty. He had his own business. His own family went against him. He was trashed for a couple of years. And everybody lost his business, lost everything, family, blah, 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 the whole thing. And in the end, he was innocent and it was his wife. He moved away. But he could never get his name back. Imagine that.
Yeah, once your reputation's tarnished with something like that, you'll never get it back.
Exactly. But for 2
even
years,
years later, I mean,
and
even
it
20 or 30
looks,
years later. Yeah.
and he looked as guilty as anything, including his own little girl said it was him.
Oh wow! And then
So-
DNA proved it wasn't. Is that what you said?
No. It just came out in the end.
Oh,
So-
that it wasn't him. See,
So you can't always till you hear it fully. Not saying he's innocent, but you don't know till it fully comes out.
Yeah, that's
Well, that's why we have innocent until proven guilty.
Exactly.
Right?
And I believe that's why this judge put a gag order on it, because too many people in society today hear or go by what so-and-so said, twist it, and then in the end, they're guilty. And it's tainted before the evidence comes forward. And even though you heard what he said, we believe we have the right person. Now, I'm not saying, please don't misinterpret what I'm saying, is DNA can be there, but was he the actual one? We don't know where the DNA came from. Was it under the person's nails? Was the DNA there on a coffee table? Was it? We don't know until the evidence is presented. Always remember that, people. People need to understand that until you see the affidavit and how it's written out. I'm not trying to be mean here and say this man is innocent, because I'm not. But things, until it comes out in trial, you'd be surprised how many people are said to be guilty, and then in the end, how it perceives to come out. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Am I making any sense here?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm not by any means trying to make this guy look like a good person. I'm just trying to say how things play out and how evidence is done. You know, because people can take it, but that person said.
Right.
Well, that's why I, on my channel, talk about how people shouldn't be irresponsible. And even, right, he's at this point been arrested and accused to have possibly be the suspect for what has happened. But even prior to that, people going and accusing all of the Jacks and everybody that starts with a J, and then all of the roommates that survived, and all of that is dangerous. It all needs to stop, in my opinion, and that's how I always run. Like, I don't like people being accused and fingers being pointed at people when there isn't any evidence at that point. There is no fact, there is no proof to it. It's just assumption, speculation, theory. And it's one thing if you say, could it be, and you're thinking about it, but that's not what happens online. It's extremely irresponsible nowadays. And talking about ruining this person's reputation for the rest of their life, what about the people that aren't even being charged with a crime, and how much they're ruined, how they lost their jobs, and people that one day somebody's going to lose their life over this because of people accusing them. You've got
that's the thing too. People want to know why these kids won't come forward. Oh my God, like within Kylie's case, why didn't all these kids come forward? Well, first of all, they're all graduating college. They don't want to be tied to this forever, because the internet is forever. And if their name gets tied in with that case, just like this one, even though they're in college, it will follow them throughout the rest of their life.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Jobs can Google their name and, oh, you were in the Idaho 4. That was huge. Or you were, they had, basically accused you of murder, and.
And I get crucified when I give my opinion, but I've seen it. I worked with it. I know. And people go, oh, Jesus, how could you be like that? Because I've seen it firsthand how things can happen and go down.
Absolutely. It can ruin people's lives.
Yeah.
And, they didn't even have anything to do with it, or, you know what I'm saying? It was someone else, or, they gave a simple statement, and yeah, I've seen things happen too. It's
a shame, because there was four 4 lives taken, 4 families have been destroyed, and also this gentleman, if you want to call him a gentleman, his family has been destroyed now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You got to, and I
And
mean,
there's
I think of the roommates that, I mean, that was traumatic,
Well, yeah,
awful,
and then
horrific.
yeah,
And
their lives have been destroyed. A lot of lives have been destroyed over this. And until all the evidence comes out.
Well, and that's why, like, okay, BHB, that's why I got so upset with her. That's, for example, the very fucking second, the very second she heard a fucking name, she put it right up on the computer, blasted it, put him right up on her live stream, you know, had 1,000 people in there watching, and she's like, yep, this is him, he's the killer, it looks like him, looks just like him, yep, he looks like a killer too. I mean, straight defamation of character, you know what I mean? He's already ruining his life enough, he doesn't need your help. I mean, shit, he was in there for like Grand Theft Auto or something, you know. He's obviously he does not need help getting his ass in trouble, you know what I mean? He does not need to be labeled as the Idaho 4 killer now because you blasted it across the damn computer screen. And now you got people, you know, screenshotting his face and running with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was like 5 people, JLR, Betty, Justice. There was a lot of people who ran with that.
Dolly, yeah.
Dolly, all of them, yes. So then you got 5 creators.
They only hinge on the cases. You know,
yeah, it's bullshit. And
it makes law enforcement's job harder when people do that.
Absolutely it does. And then she wonders why, you know, the real media treats her like shit and doesn't want her around. She was extremely upset because they were treating her like shit right outside the house. And, you know, they straight told her, we don't want you out here. We don't want you out. We don't want you around. We don't want you out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's really, that's why the first couple of days there, when people were all questioning whether or not this gentleman's sister lived next door. Don't everyone come after me for saying gentleman. It's just what I speak of people. It's not, you know, but yeah, that his sister supposedly lived next door to the victims. And the more I looked into that, then I turn on and I'm listening, and all of a sudden I hear where Dolly, somebody comes in and says, hey, so, and I'm like, are you kidding? It all originated from them, and it wasn't even about Brian. It was when they've had the wrong person up on the screen and we're saying, this is him, guys, this is him right here, this is it, he's the guy that did it. And then someone came in and said, well, that guy's sister lives next door to the victims. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but point is that then got transferred into Brian and his sister supposedly living next door. And that's how I was like, no, this isn't even connected. It's not even about the same person. And so, yeah, it can cause things to just spiral further and takes things down paths that aren't even true.
Yeah, this is why I believe they put the gag order, because it's people like that are what's going to happen. You know, there's too many people talking theories and.
B. Tim, you're welcome.
I just hope that this justice is served.
Yeah, I do too. And, you know, like I said, I think, I mean, with her dad, I mean, I know he wanted things to, you know, they hired their own private investigator, but I think that's why they stopped. They were going to have the house cleaned or whatever. They were going to have it not cleaned, but, you know, like biohazard, you know, to go in and take care of the blood and stuff. But they immediately stopped, and they actually sent over his defense team, right? Or no, that was Ellie that said that. Did you guys hear that too?
Yes, and one of the people is an investigator. It's a investigator for the defense. They said that was there to take a look at everything at the crime scene.
Okay.
Yeah, now they're all there. Their defense, their attorneys. You know, all of them are over there investigating now.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean they're already working as it is to start getting going on this, and And ultimately, if there's an investigator for him, right, that's who's going to be trying to disprove everything that does get put forward and say, well, no, it's possible this way or this way, and try to cause any kind of reasonable doubt that they can. And they're there, they're already at it. So I was kind of surprised and a little bit impressed that they were already, even while he was still in Pennsylvania. So yeah, they got on it quick.
Yeah, they said 10 days and his ass was out of there at 6 a.m. I think they didn't want to have no parts. They just were done. They were like, let's get his ass out.
They showed the release time. He didn't leave the jail till 6:30. Yeah.
6:30, yeah.
Yeah. They show when he was released. Mm-hmm. So I knew it wouldn't be last night.
She's a hot shot from the office and cleared for death penalty cases. Yeah. Mm.
See,
yeah, we were talking about
I don't believe in the death penalty, and I'll tell you why I don't believe in it. It's just my personal opinion. Is because it costs more money because they keep fighting it, and it can go on 10, 15 years. I'd rather just leave the bastard in jail and let him suffer and let the jail take care of him. And it's cheaper. And it's too easy to just kill him.
True.
Because it costs a lot of money on death row because they keep. Yeah, it costs more money for the public to do it because they never get to death row. They just keep appealing and appealing and appealing, and that can take 10, 15 to 20 years. You look at how many people are on death row.
Handle it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Screw that. Nope, let him rot in jail. It's too easy to kill him. It's too easy.
So, Michael Ruiz, if that's how you say his name, Ruiz says that they put out that Brian wanted to be an Army Ranger according to an old yearbook. That's what they just put out on Twitter. A Ranger. I wonder what year from the yearbook. Because I had heard reports that he had always been kind of interested in going down the path that he's been going down. So I do kind of wonder what year that was.
What is the time difference there? See, I'm on the East Coast. I don't know where everybody else is. What time is it in Idaho?
I believe it's a 3-hour time difference. But I know certain parts of Idaho change by an hour there, but I'm pretty sure that Moscow is a 3-hour difference from East Coast.
So they'll probably take him straight to court then. And then from court, they'll take him to the jail.
I had seen the police, the reporters, I believe, was outside. I don't remember. I actually didn't look, to be honest with you, whether it was a courthouse or the jail, but I think it looked more like a courthouse. And they were all propped up and ready to
they'll probably take him straight to the courthouse. Because they can't put him in jail. You got to be arraigned first. So he'll go straight to the courthouse. Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah, he'll go straight to the courthouse. Because now he's got to be arraigned in Idaho. You can't just go straight to jail. You got to be arraigned first. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's got to be charged. Now he's got to be charged in Idaho, and he's got to be. You can't be put in jail. You got to be put in jail for a reason. So you got to be arraigned and charged with something in order to be put in jail. So you got to go in front of a judge first.
So
does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And so they were asking to see the police stop that had happened, and I had looked at it again and was wondering if you guys had seen. I don't think he's wearing the same pants that he wore when he committed the crime, but I do think I see like a stain or something on his pants that I was like, what is that? Not that it's relevant in any way. I don't think that it is, but I did notice it.
Yeah.
Significant development. It says that the Monroe DA's office has read the probable cause affidavit containing the evidence against Brian. He explains why he believes he is in a hurry to get back to Idaho.
Yeah, because he wants to know what he's being charged for, and he doesn't know what he's being charged for. That's why he waived his rights. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't
Yeah,
anything
but
new.
Janice, yes, I understand they can do that, but that's why he's being extradited, because they're not going to hold him in jail. They're going to bring him straight to court. Because he's already arrested on these charges, so they've held him long enough. Mm-hmm. He's been held on these charges that he doesn't know what he's being held for.
The sheriff in charge speaks to Court TV in an exclusive interview, stating, I believe the questions are like about where his accommodations, will be in a cell by himself with extra security. Yeah, it was just an interview that's on Court TV.
Mm-hmm.
So they are going through some of the stuff, just kind of discussing what's happening. There was one of the, like, I think it was KTVB, that was stating the type of airline or plane that he was on.
That's if that's his plane. That could be a decoy plane that somebody says that he's on, but that's not the plane.
It could be. I'm just letting you guys know that they're reporting on it as well.
No, I know everybody's reporting on that plane, but I'm just saying that could be, you know what I mean? To just decoy everybody if that's the plane. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because that seems to be an awful long time. Even if he left the Monroe County facility at 6:30, then by, over a 2-hour drive. It's an awful long flight.
Hang on. Let me send this over.
Even if he left at 10 o'clock, per se.
Did you get the enhanced audio of the traffic stop, Queen?
I probably
no. I'm sorry. What did you say? I'm sorry. I had to. My little was over here. What? I missed it, honey.
Enhanced audio from the first traffic stop. Did you get that?
No, I don't have it.
I sent it.
Do you have it?
Yeah, it's in the private chat, and
I believe he's already there, and he's just.
Yeah, I was thinking too.
He's definitely there by now because it's 4 o'clock my time, and he left at 6:30. I mean, you're talking 10 hours already. He's definitely there. I believe that plane that they have everybody watching is not the exact plane.
Thank you, Sticky and Grandma Sherry.
Find it real quick if I could. Sure.
But I'm going to jump down. I just wanted to give you info.
Hello.
Thank you, love. I appreciate you popping up. I had to hurry up and pause this real fast. I didn't want to, you know what I mean, be rude. So
yeah,
I appreciate you coming up and explaining stuff to us. Thank you.
You're welcome. And you have a wonderful day.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna mute this. Okay. So hold on. This is who sent this over? Whose thing is this?
This is Sticky. She's in the chat, and she had given permission that we could play it. And
I'm not subscribed to her, but I hope it's okay. We can play her stuff. She's okay with it. She's in here.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. So anyhow, so she took the background noise out so we could hear it better. Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, so we'll pop it on then, and I'll mute so it doesn't leave it, so it doesn't echo. I got it all the way up too. So.
Hello.
How you doing?
How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could.
Sure.
Hold on, Allie's in the chat saying no. No. This is the first traffic stop. Okay. We played the first one already, but did she take the sound out of it or something? What were we playing it again?
Yes, this is the first traffic stop, but it's enhanced audio. So she tried to take out some of that traffic noise so that you could hear the actual conversation better.
Oh, nice. Okay, all right. So yeah, Sticky's here. Thank you. Okay, I was gonna say, Ninny, drop her link in the chat too. Do you have a channel? Do you want people to subscribe to it? Are you starting a channel, Sticky? Or are you just doing videos, or is it okay if I drop your link? Yeah, Kim, that's what I figured they wouldn't. There's no way they'd fly commercial. I didn't think so, but I was thinking they'd do a private jet or private plane or whatever to get his ass over there real quick. But the plane's being tracked. I know we just had it on for a little while. All right, Boston said, Sticky, hey, not sure you saw my messages, but that's you on Twitter, right? So I'm guessing Boston's trying to reach out to you, Sticky. I usually just post crap, but if you want to, go for it. Okay, cool. Well, your link is being put in the chat. So anybody that wants to subscribe to Sticky, go ahead. Her stuff's in there, or her link's in the chat. And all right, let me play this baby so we can hear it. We'll hear what they say.
See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay, cool. Where are you headed?
We're going to actually. Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're standing.
What's WSU?
Yeah, I go to the university basically. And you listen to that is watching.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University?
Yeah.
And you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Days.
Hours to drive. Well, yeah. Almost a day.
Okay. So what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where?
This was essentially
interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because you talk to the university, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh.
It was a PhD.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
No, this happened about an hour and a half ago. They're still wrapping up. I'm not sure there's two shootings because they did shoot somebody.
I see.
And then you don't know about that actually. They were there.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay?
Oh.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I thought that was a lot clearer. That was a good job.
Yeah, she did a really good job getting that out of there. Yes.
And I thought it was weird when he said, I actually do work there. Like that actually part, it was kind of strange. When they asked the question.
Yeah, he's like, I actually do work there.
Yeah, I was like, that's weird. You would have just said, yes, I work there. Yeah, I thought that was weird. And then obviously bringing it up is B10 doesn't sound like him. I don't really think so. I don't. Do you think it sounds like the other, the person that called in, supposedly him?
Nope. Still don't.
Okay.
Still
Me
don't think
neither.
it's. Nope. Don't sound like him. I don't think so either. No, I don't think it's him. I think T-Rev was a whole fib or whatever. You know what I mean? Or whoever. If he didn't lie about it, somebody did.
It makes me wonder if that's why, if he is actually going to be on whatever show he was going to be on, Banfield maybe, that I'm wondering why now he would do
For me,
that.
I can believe they would have him on there.
Right.
You know what
Like
I
if
mean?
he's kind of backstepping and like, oh no, I didn't say that it was, when it just because now there is stuff coming out where you would be able to hear him.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yep.
Shortly after the stabbing, there was a shooting
At Washington, a nearby uni, they announced they were unrelated. So.
and that would be why he brought it up. Right? He's like, well, we'll just put the attention here, and
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't even talk about the Idaho murders. Let's just talk about the shooting. Let's
yeah,
not bring up nothing else.
we'll put the attention on that really quick from the start here.
Yeah, the guy so she said when T-Rev called the number back, it was a voicemail box. But he said his name was Dave when he called in. He told him that.
Yeah. Yep.
And then he doxed the guy and called him back. And there was a whole fucking shit show, all for it to not be him. It wasn't him in the first place. I don't even know why they even tried to pull that shit. Like I said, there's multiple ways to grow your channel. Doing that kind of shit is not the way.
Absolutely right. It sure isn't.
Nope.
And if somebody will do it again, you know they will.
Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. He's had that channel for like 4 or 5 years. So he's pretty excited to be having a decent, like having as many like subscribers and then as much interaction as he does, because when he did the Truckee Way, he had about 3,000 subs.
Wow.
Now he's at 25K from the Kylie case and this one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, that's too bad. It's awful, really.
Well, yeah, especially when you get him doing that kind of dumbass shit. It's just.
Yep. And you know that they said that they did turn it in, send it into FBI or somebody. So again, you're just wasting more time.
Yeah. More time, more resources when you know damn the fuck well it wasn't him.
Mm-hmm. Could you imagine what they thought when the person said their name from the very start of that? They were like, hold on, okay. I mean, sure, people could say their name as anything that's not theirs, but I don't know. With this case,
I don't know. It was very odd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then making it like, I don't know, its own clip. I don't know. If you didn't believe it, that it was, if you're like, well, I didn't believe that it was, you wouldn't have clipped it into just that portion and put that part out for people.
Oh yeah, and they pumped that part out. They put it in all the Facebook groups. They put it in all the somebody asked me if I cared if they shared it in a Facebook group. I said I do not care. You know what I mean? I don't care if you share the link in the Facebook group, but don't be disrespectful about it. You know what I'm saying? Like they were spamming with that call. They were posting it in all the groups. They were posting it on TikTok. It was everywhere. Is this him? Is this him? Is this the killer? Is this him? Could this have been him? I don't think this is him. I think it is. And I mean, it was fucking everywhere.
Yeah. And that's it. Like, if you didn't want it to be a big show, you would have not made a separate clip video to put out for it. You would have left it in that 12-hour live and made people go looking for it if they really wanted to find that and try to analyze it.
Right. Hold on. Somebody said since there's a gag order, can Olivia release her video? Yeah, because Olivia don't have a gag order. I don't have a gag order either. So if I wanted to take videos and release them or whatever, or talk about it, I can. I'm not no part of the case. So, I mean, unless she's got an investigator, a police officer, a DA, a lawyer, somebody that's involved in this case, if it's any kind of witness or anything, and DA or defense attorney gets it or prosecutor gets it, they will not be any longer.
Yep.
So anyhow, love, I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. I've been on here about 4.5 hours, and I was going to pop back on here later too. So
yeah, I'll get a hold of you if I see it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if the documents get dropped, we'll come back on tonight. If not, I was going to come back on here and talk about the whole Upchurch shenanigans going on, because there's a whole lot of it too. So we got to get caught up on it. The Gotcha Man had me fucking cracking up last night, you guys.
I haven't even heard what's going on with Upchurch.
I've been so wrapped up in this shit. I had no idea what was going on. Girl, it's a shit show over there. We got...
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, it is. It's a shit show. So I figured maybe we could take a little break from this. And if we don't, if we get the documents, we'll go live with that. If not, we'll probably go live with the church shit later, just because there's, you know what I'm saying?
I wonder if he still thinks that I'm Zanime.
Oh
really?
And he thought you were that shit show.
Yeah.
I don't think bad person, but the Kylie case and the shit he pulled with that really fucking, I really did not like that at all.
Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. It's really bad. Especially the type of accusations he was dropping on people.
Yeah.
And claiming them to be. And it's like, I got wrapped into it. And then I was also a predator. And I was like, what's going on? What just happened? It just happened so quick.
It's in his comment section. Like, there's a lot of people who think he's out there on drugs real bad. Like, a lot of his people think that, but it's really, they're saying that it's that Johnny Gobble starting rumors and stuff. But I know that they've been saying it for a while that he was on drugs. I don't know. So anyhow, we'll have to go over it later. There's a whole bunch of shit to it. So
okay, I'll be here.
All right, baby. I'll talk to you next a bit.
All righty. Thanks.
All right. We'll talk to you later, love. Bye, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you, of course, as always. You know that. And yeah, we'll be on here later. I'll talk to y'all after a bit.
I've been on my own for 3 weeks now. I've been drinking every single bottle, Jim Beam down. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild. What's so bad about that? Baby, we were good, like wine going down. But only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked down. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Even the preacher, he says he can't help me. I've been singing praise the Lord, hallelujah, but it don't set me free. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild, but what's so bad about that? I've been seeing old lovers, but they can't keep the memories out. Oh, only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Oh, I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now.